Spin City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. Panels in a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the ticker, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up head. Yell a little louder, make the point land clean. Cut through the noise like a headline machine. If they come for the room, he comes right back. One more clash and the whole beat snaps. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. When the mics get hot and the comments fly, he laughs at the noise, then he calls it live. One more round, let the sparks go wide. Spin City standing on the right side. Spin City, he don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene.
You're muted, rookie.
I was not muted. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, old McBen. And everybody, we have an interesting panel. Mr. Balderson picked the topic for this evening. Ben, why don't you tell everybody what the topic is? And we have a list of comrades, constituents, and debauchery in the back waiting to come up and debate and chat about your topics. So go ahead, sir. What is the topics for this evening?
So the opening topic will be the U.S. Senate approves a $70 billion for Trump immigration agencies, primarily for ICE and Border Patrol. And then we will, after we hash that out for a while, we will move on to Trump pardoned Republican insider trader who only originally was even sentenced to 22 months, which is a pretty wickedly short sentence.
That is a wickedly short sentence.
Yeah, you know, the guy couldn't serve out 22 months. That's pretty sad.
That's
and
what is that?
While we're at it, we'll bring up good old Mike Johnson telling the people that no, politicians can't live off their $175,000 a year, that they need to be able to trade so that way they can make more monies than you poors that we lord over.
All righty. As we always do, we are live over on the Spin City News channel. We are on the Benjamin Balderson channel. We are on Spin City News on pilled.net. And we are on live at Spin City News over on Rumble, and we do allow people to stream to their own platforms up here. So one of our panelists is just authorized his stream, the Orthodox guy. He is in the back waiting for us to bring him up. Mr. Balderson, do you want me to play that clip now, or do you want me to hold on to it for a little bit yet?
The Mike Johnson clip?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hold on to that till we rotate to that topic.
All righty, no problem.
We'll start out with the Senate approving $70 billion for immigration policies.
All righty. Mr. Balderson, are you ready to meet your panel, sir?
Oh, yes, sir.
All righty. We've got P. Fletch. We've got Clay for the win. OG Double G is in the hizow. So we've got our resident classy Kevin. And we have Salty Santa waiting to debate Mr. Balderson. And this is Mr. Balderson's topic. So Mr. Balderson will take the lead on this. I will be his resident bitch of the evening. Mr. Balderson, it is your mic, your floor, sir.
Wish I had a prettier girl. Jeez.
She's coming.
Oh, all right. So the Senate has funded a $70 billion package. The vote went 52 to 47. Basically followed party lines. One Democrat bailed on the vote. One Republican voted on the opposite side. One of the it's interesting because you would think that the arguments would be just over ICE and whatnot, but the biggest argument was they tried adding in a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, which would then be a payout fund for people that had been targeted by political legal warfare. And so the concern with that is that the people from January 6th were all about to get a payday out of this fund, because they would say that was a political warfare that they were using against them. And so that was actually dropped. Although Trump has not, the DOJ said they were going to drop it, and Trump was like, I don't know about that. So Trump still would like to see that go on. They did this during an 18-hour long process known as a votorama. Never could have guessed that name because I'm not a 13-year-old girl at a roller fucking rink. Votorama. Senators could propose to change the bills, and Democrats sought to add provisions unrelated to immigration. So,
is that like calling somebody delicious?
Yes. Yes. So, Mr. Kevin, why don't you kick us off with your thoughts, sir?
I can tell you my thoughts already are that my email just got busy with the ACLU sending me a note about a meeting about this very topic, which will be happening on Wednesday.
Being delicious?
No. About like what just happened. Yes, the ACLU wrote me and just said, Kevin, you're so delicious. Yeah, that's what they did. No, they're upset. They want to have a meeting about it this Wednesday. So I'll be attending that meeting, I'm sure. What are my thoughts on this?
Live so I can sit there and laugh some more.
Yeah, I'll go live. What are my thoughts on this exactly? Well, I did not see the entirety of the bill yet. Has it passed both the House and the Senate at this point, or just the Senate?
No, it's got to go to the House. No, it's passed.
Okay, so it's got to go to the House. Okay, so it's got to go to the House. So it's not done yet. I haven't read the bill. What do I think about it on its face? Well, I like the idea of funding ICE. I mean, I like that. The other stuff that was tacked on, I am not versed in what was tacked on, so I need to learn more about that to have an opinion. That's it.
All righty, Mr. Clay.
Sure. Yeah. Can you clarify on the anti-weaponization fund? What exactly is that?
So it was supposed to be a payout for people that were victims of political lawfare. So it would the concern was January 6th that these people that they're going to say that they would say that was political lawfare, that they were just having a demonstration, a protest, just like any other protest, yet they, through political lawfare, turned that into sedition charges, kept them in prison, or in jail for extended durations, took away their right to a fair trial, took away their right to talk to attorneys, all those kind of things. And so then this would be a payout for those people.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. So, initially I look at spending and budgeting in the lens of, like, personally, I don't have a big gripe about how much they spend, as long as they're doing their job properly. And what that means is that money is allocated properly and all of that stuff. Like, if it costs, $10 billion to do a project, well, then you need to spend $10 billion. But when it gets to that particular thing, this is one of those things where actually my city just did something similar, where they essentially retained a law firm. It's an LLC, but it's lawyers, and it's basically like a rubber stamp for a rainy day fund for, like, retaining an attorney because you might screw up, kind of thing. I do have a problem with that. Like, I really do. When your contingency is, oopsie, we might violate somebody's rights, I have a problem with that. But even more so, understanding it to be like you mentioned, like the J6 thing, it's almost as if they're trying to, well, it is. He's trying to, or they are trying to put this in to a bill about funding for ICE, which means that they're combining bills, which I have a problem with. So there's a couple of things that I have a problem with when it comes to the allocation of these funds. I know it's a very small amount compared to the overall bill, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like you're trying to throw something in, a little bit extra into this bill, and then get it passed. Yeah, I have a problem with that particular piece.
Thank you, Clay. And Santa, or Dad, although my name is not hungry.
Yeah. Well, as usual, what we often don't remember is that the Democratic Party had used their ability to block funding for Homeland Security after what was happening in Minnesota. And so this is being pushed through a little bit more vigorously by the Republican Party in response to that. Second, when you look at the total operations, this is not much of an increase over what operations should have been as reported. But the Democrats in the Senate are trying to maintain exertion of authority over how the monies are spent, even though that was not part of the original bill. So basically, politics as usual.
I agree. And Alan, the All-Father has no use for the weak. And Orthodox guy, go ahead.
Well, I'm just quickly reading up on it, and it seems to be honestly a nothing burger from hearing the complaints about it. It seems like they're trying to force in funds all the way to 2029. Right, they're trying to fund ICE, and they're trying to do all this.
It's basically through the Trump presidency.
Yeah, because they want to hedge their bets on Democrats retaking the House and Senate. It seems like I didn't see anything in my quick reading. Well, I didn't see anything in my quick reading about the political prisoner fund or whatever, the victims of political issues that are attacks against the government. But what I did see was funding for ICE, Border Patrol, and I think Customs and Border Patrol, and I think let's see. Yeah, there was also for Department of Homeland Security for immigration enforcement and the participation of state and local agents in certain Homeland Security efforts. Like, I'm not seeing anything I disagree with. My only issue is with how Border Patrol handles at U.S. citizens. Like, I have yet to see them throwing around migrants and shooting migrants. I've seen them beat up American citizens. I've seen them engage in policing actions against American citizens. Now, had I see this against immigrants, I wouldn't have a problem. But I see it against American citizens. So, and I see them being used for out of their scope when it comes to certain things. Now, as far as how much money they get and their funding and trying to work around the bullshit political party and bipartisanship shit, yeah, I have no issue with that. Go ahead and fund them until 2050 if you want to. They're gonna take our tax dollars and waste them anyway.
Very good. And you, P. Fletcher?
Well, I have a question. How likely is it that the funds are going to be squirreled away for the establishment, like a slush fund, no different than USAID? Where's that money actually going to be spent, and what's actually going to be done with it versus what's said on the paper? That's what my concern is.
Valid concern. Thank you, sir. And for the win.
Okay. I'd like to frame this out a little further if I could here. So the 1776, the $1.76 billion settlement fund is being conflated with this bill. And with it, I mean by that is that the Senate was saying, you have this settlement fund. We're going to derail everything. We're not going to pass shit. We're not going to do anything for ICE until this shit has changed and everything. So that was the Senate's initial stance with it all. And then they went ahead and passed this thing anyways. And yet that settlement fund is still intact. It's not removed or anything with it. And that fund came from the IRS disclosing Trump's personal taxes. And it was to be a settlement of $10 billion to Trump. He negotiated saying, well, instead of doing this, give me this fund for political persecution and don't touch my family with anything from the IRS forever and ever and ever. That was the settlement, and they basically got off 80% from the initial $10 billion, ultimately less than $2 billion with it all. So that will also lead into our insider trading going on with that topic later on as well too, with this settlement fund. But ultimately, like we said, this does have to go to the House, and who knows what's going to happen there. I mean, we can see it pass the Senate. There may be some backdoor dealings and shit where it doesn't get passed. I mean, we just don't know yet until next week with that. So it'll be interesting to see how that comes to fruition. But I'm for it. I mean, you need the money. You need to fund these, agencies to be able to get rid of the illegals that are here ultimately. And like Trump said in the roundtable yesterday, there's 25 million of them here, and we haven't even put a dent into that yet. So getting into that, he's also said that he's going to be tariffing countries to take back these people as well too. How he's going to do that exactly? How do you say Bolivia? I'm going to tariff you if you don't get your people out of my country. It's an interesting concept, but I digress.
That's an interesting weapon. That's like using a hammer to put in a screw, I guess. Thank you for the win. Kraut Mick, how you doing, brother?
What up? So I'll probably I'll say a couple things, but I'll probably wait more until the panel actually opens and I get more info on it. I will just say that I'm all for our taxpayers funding the military, because our military keeps us strong. It keeps us uninvaded, and it's good. Same thing with NASA, just in case something happens in an asteroid, fucking Armageddon type shit. So I'll be in the same boat with ICE. I mean, as long as in 4 or 8 years, however long it takes to see progress, and we actually see progress, I know the taxes go down, I'm all for it for now. Insider trading, however, I'm not so sure. But again, I'm gonna wait till more people talk and get more information based on that. But
we're not doing the insider trading quite yet. That one's going to come after this one.
I'm not
we'll
even
do
quite
the
sure
round
what
robin
that shit
again.
is.
Well, we'll play a video. We've got a video to play on it, and we'll lay it out a little bit before the discussion on that topic, sir.
Got you. Yeah, that's all I got then.
Thank you, Kraut. Very good.
Yeah.
What's up, Ant?
What's up? Sorry.
I'm
just getting up here, so I'm still getting caught up. I'm sorry. I don't really have much to say at the moment.
All right, that's no problem. That's no problem. Thank you, Ant. And with that, get it on.
If I must say this, right, I think the biggest problem with these type of bills in the U.S. is the fact that it's a bill in which they throw different budgets at different shit. They combine all of them. They make it confusing for the American people to read. They do all of their tricks, and as much as I don't care what they do with their tax dollars because they're just going to take them anyway and waste them, it does irk me that they still try to lie to us about it and be foolish. And it irks the shit out of me. And I think the American people need to be more proactive in stopping these bills. Because remember, the federal smoking age was changed to 21 in a spending bill or in a budget bill. Shit like that happens all the time in these type of bills.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I appreciate you pointing that out for me. So yes, the that anti-weaponization fund did not go into the bill. That was one of the things that was not included in it. But yeah, that's what makes it so difficult, is because they try to throw all these extra things in there, and then it ends up like Obamacare, you know, and then you got to start repealing stuff because there's a lot of things that just aren't legal, for number one, and then number two don't make any sense. But yeah, no, it didn't go in. And then the only three things that went through was essentially the DHS, the little bit of funding that they got, the Border Patrol funding, and the ICE allocation. So that's what's actually in the bill right now.
Yeah, I can read that off for you real quick because I'm looking at it on the Senate bill. So the three things that went through is the bill provides funding for CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, for personnel, border security, technology screening, and immigration enforcement activities. ICE funding for personnel, homeland security investigations, immigration enforcement activities, transportation, information technology, facility and fleet maintenance, and some payment. 284 G agreements, i.e. agreements that allow state and local law enforcement to perform certain immigration enforcement functions, the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor, operation maintenance, and certain arrests related to immigration enforcement. It also provides funding to DHS for immigration enforcement and to the participation between state and local agencies in certain homeland security efforts. And this is funding that will go on for all the way through fiscal year 2029.
And I want to also point out with the ICE allocation, the funding for it, it points out that there's 108.5 million that's been dedicated to child exploitation investigations, which I think that's great. I think it really should be more, you know, essentially.
And that's what I was just thinking when you were saying. I was like, should be like 10 times that.
Yeah, like for real, at least $1 billion. You know, like for real. But
guarantee you're to get better outcomes spending more money, though.
That is true. But
you actually get crappier outcomes when you spend more money. It becomes less efficient and more corrupt.
Yes.
Yep.
And it really, I mean, like it has to be directed. I mean, just saying, you know, to investigate these things, you know, I want to know exactly where that money's going.
Well, our government isn't going to be
overfunded than underfunded.
Well, our government's not going to invest in its own destruction.
No,
I don't know. I mean, the Bush years did happen.
Would? What would? Like that's just kind of a thing.
I'm making a joke. Right? I'm calling all of our government PDFs.
Sure.
Understood.
Now, would they replace their citizenry? Sure. Would they make it? Would they fuck over the government for corporate profit? Sure. But that doesn't benefiting, like investigating child abuse does not benefit our elites in our government at all. In fact, it may be to their detriment.
Now, I do want to point something else out. So I'm looking at the Border Patrol allocation. Specifically, they're noting that they want to beef up the security surveillance. So if you're within that 100-mile zone, understand that you are going to be watched. Like, I mean, you're already watched. Big Brother's watching us. We know this. But I just want to point that out. Like, if they're pouring that much money into this, like, understand.
The surveillance state is coming, whether you like it or not. People haven't done enough to stop it.
The surveillance state is here, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that part.
Oh no, it's only going to get better. It's only going to get more sophisticated.
We have the surveillance for you.
It's for your. It's all for our safety, guys. I'm telling you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you got nothing to worry about.
I wonder.
One of the things I worry about with this, I'm sorry to speak over anybody, but one of the things that I'm worried about this is if you look at the length of training for ICE officers as compared to police training, you're looking at about 8 weeks or 2 months versus 6 months. And,
Can I say something?
Sure.
No, I was going to say something to that. So I agree with you. Maybe it's a little short, but ICE really only deals with one thing. And I'm sure regardless, if it's 2 or 8 weeks, I was under the impression it was like 2 or 3 months actually. But they got captains there that's been there for years, probably some type of law enforcement in the past, and then they switched over to ICE. So they have a command officer that I'm sure is experienced enough. But again, ICE is really only dealing with one thing, whereas the cops, they deal with probably fucking hundreds of things. And Spin being a former firefighter, I'm sure he has connections or friends that are police officers. So he could probably vouch for police have a lot more shit to deal with. Therefore, they got to go through more training. I could be wrong in that. That's just my opinion.
Well, police definitely go through more training, but they're also wickedly undertrained. If you want to know, if you want to meet somebody that knows absolutely nothing about the law, go talk to a cop. Because that guy doesn't have any fucking idea how the law works. He'll tell you some shit. I agree with you. Absolutely crazy. So these guys being even more undertrained, that makes no sense, because it's not just you're not just training them to read a person's name and go up and handcuff them. They need to know about all of our civil rights, all of the fucking different laws and codes in the areas that they're working in. They need to. If ICE had acted properly, we wouldn't have these problems. Like, I can agree that the Renee Good thing, she was absolutely at fault, but the Alex Preddy one, the dude was unarmed, face down, hands behind his back with half a dozen cops surrounding him, and then they started shooting.
Counterpoint, they were leftists.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, she fucking, she literally tried to run that dude over.
I don't disagree. And again, I'm saying they have a case on that one. The Alex Preddy one, that was an execution.
Yeah, that
okay, question about
that's fucking wild. I agree.
Yeah, I have a question about the Alex Preddy case. Okay, the weapon that he was carrying, what was it? Was it a SIG P320?
Yeah,
like everybody was saying.
Well, I don't know, but what they should have done is stay clear. Whenever you remove a weapon from a hostile or tango, you always say weapon clear. Now,
well, there's a specific reason.
What they should have done was not push U.S. citizens and execute a citizen for his fucking lawful constitutional right.
I'm not.
I hate leftists more than most of you probably, and that is a legitimate argument for me. Counterpoint: he is a leftist. Fuck him. But that's literally his right to protest and to be armed during so. Our country was born of revolution.
Oh, gee.
They had no reason to pile out of their vehicle the way they did. They were already leaving. There was no reason for them to pile out the way they do. Then they went ahead and pressed for assault. Then after that, they also disarmed him. Now, he may have been disoriented when he was coming back. But what I would say this money would do better is making sure these gentlemen and ladies understand de-escalation. Because what we saw with Preddy was not de-escalation. Whether you agree or disagree, it was not de-escalation.
Now, I'm not
saying
in response to Preddy, but in general, if you are going someplace planning to commit a crime, you cannot carry a weapon with you. I mean, you could, but you're going to have an enhanced charge.
That's it. That's one of the gayest laws that we have on the books and try to enforce. You know, like that is the most. And I've seen it, and it's everywhere, and it's prolific in all 50 states. But it is one of the stupidest examples of law enforcement in the modern world. It is trying to do pre-crime and trying to cover all your bases to stack charges, and it's something that should be done. It's something that should be done away with. If you commit a crime with a weapon, you should be charged for committing that crime.
He was engaged in constitutionally protected behavior.
I mean, honestly,
constitutionally protected behavior.
Yeah, he is allowed to protest. He's allowed to be a pain in the ass.
That's why I separated it from
You're allowed to protest, but you're not allowed to disrupt their governmental agency duties.
That's the whole point in protesting, my brother in Christ. The fuck?
No, you're not.
Watch the video. They're all in the vehicle. They're all leaving.
My fellow subjects of King George, I would like to say you are right. We must immediately begin to pay our back taxes to the crown and re-establish the British Empire as King George's loyal subjects. I agree with thee, because protesting should never interrupt in the duties of one's estate. You are correct, sir.
Actually, protesting is not supposed to disrupt any type of movement. Whether
that is the point in protesting.
They were driving away. They could have kept driving away. There was no imminent harm. There was no imminent risk. They wanted to show that they had whatever, and they started pushing people. He stood up to him, and he died. That's not.
Well, let me clarify.
It's also an anti-American take to think that Freddie was in the wrong. I don't like leftists, but he was standing up to government authority.
Yeah, hold on. I'm with Balder where he was basically executed. But whoever said you can disrupt government officials going protesting, you actually can't. You can't.
My brother in Christ, our country was born of revolution. What the fuck do you think that is?
Not every protest is a revolution.
That was different. We were fighting tyranny.
Motherfucker, you literally admitted our government executed a citizen in the streets.
No, the government did not execute somebody in the streets. An ICE
that's what I saw.
Executed somebody in the street.
I am literally a right-wing authoritarian, and that is what I saw. A unjustified execution.
I'm conservative too. Fucking liberals.
I'm not conservative. Conservatives are weak. I'm traditionalist. Fuck that.
I mean, hey, at least we know what a woman is.
Conserve nothing.
I'm a traditionalist.
I would put the fucking trannies in the bog.
Live and die by the Constitution. That's what my oath is. It's no friendly little, group or we eat Cheetos after whatever. And he had every constitutional right to be there. And I'm not saying they meant to kill him. I'm just saying they didn't de-escalate. They didn't protect him. And if they're not here to protect, they need to be trained and learn how to do so.
First off,
Freddie had a constitutional right to kick a taillight out. Okay.
No, but what did that have to do with him getting?
That didn't happen
that day. And that wasn't that day.
Yeah, that wasn't the same day.
And that's my point. These folks are not peacefully protesting out there.
You don't.
You do this day after day after day.
Again, our country
and you're
was
gonna
born.
find out. We're fucking
we have a tyrannical government that doesn't give a fuck about its citizen, that pits us against one another, right versus left, communist versus fucking conservative, whatever gay ass bullshit that is. Yeah, you're right.
There has to be a higher standard. They chose to drive away. That doesn't warrant their excessive force the next day, the next hour, the next minute. There was no imminent harm, period.
And even if that event happened right when he kicked the taillight out, him kicking a taillight out doesn't give them the right to execute him. This isn't Judge Dredd. That we have a court system. The cop is not there to be the judge, jury, and executioner. The cop is there to simply arrest the person and take them to the trial where a jury will decide what the deal is, and they will then be punished in the jail or prison. It's not the cops' fucking job to punish. That is not their job.
Look, if Preddy had resisted in any type of fucking manner where he was reaching for his firearm, I would be on you guys' side. But he didn't reach for his firearm. He didn't really resist arrest. He was there was an over excessive use of force on everything that they looked at the situation. How can we fuck this up? And said, do that twice as hard.
You know, we're agreeing on the same thing, right? It's like when that Nazareth motherfucker was arguing with Boulder Clay and myself, and we were agreeing on the same thing. We're all agreeing Freddie should not have been shot. What I'm arguing is you can't impede government officials or residents during the protest. I'm not saying that's what Freddie did. I'm arguing to whoever said you can.
So you're basically saying
where
we
this
should
actually all stems from is these people are horribly undertrained, and we're all now talking about the shit show that they made of something very simple.
Well,
and very not
trying to
held
deal with
accountable
this
as
'cause
well.
it's outside their lane. They're supposed
brother
to
man,
support
brother
from
man.
local police.
We're not
to
holding
handle
police
crowds.
accountable. We're not holding police or law enforcement accountable. And people will go do every fucking hoop and scoopily doop that they can fucking do to not hold them accountable. Here's the fucking simple fact of the matter is. Exactly. Dusty's right. You are the peasant class and you love it. Just like I said, good subjects of King George, get your powdered wig and let us pay our back taxes to His Highness. I mean, like, that's literally a fucking protest. A anti-government action is there to disrupt the economy, to disrupt the citizen, and disrupt the government. Yes,
It may be the purpose, but that's not a legal protest.
Here's the thing: the law isn't meant to let you change it. The law exists to defend itself. It does not exist
No, the law
to give you
absolutely
rights.
exists to be changed. That's what you can challenge it in court for.
Oh, that's why you
it
can challenge it in
amended
court.
And rewritten
Any
and
other,
revised.
bro, come on,
it's
that's
not an immutable thing. It can absolutely be changed.
It's almost like the sheep deserve what they fucking get.
I mean, what do you expect?
Does
there to be no law, no rules, nothing? You just
brother man, I'm fine with the rule of law. Again, I'm the actual right winger here. Like, I'm the right wing authoritarian. I just believe in the inalienable right to enforce your will and not have other people's will enforced upon you. Those are the only two rights that exist.
I've
You're not willing to die about it.
How are you totalitarian? I can't even say it tonight. A totalitarian.
Who said totalitarian? Totalitarianism is gay.
Authoritarian,
totalitarian
are the same thing.
No, it's not. See, you're fundamentally wrong. You're fundamentally wrong. First and foremost,
they're birds of the same feather. It's a distinction.
Birds of the same. Well, so is conservatives and liberals. So fucking you conservatives are just nothing but French right wing liberals.
You know, I've
I mean,
that was great.
I mean, Balderson, we're both traditionalists here. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. Look, go back to the French Revolution where the left-right dichotomy exists, and you motherfuckers, like you conservatives who are right-wing, you're on the left. You're liberals. You're all just fucking gay liberals.
You know, while I agree about the horror of the mortal peril between Preddy and Good, I've attended so many far left meetings. I don't know if people realize this. They were waiting for their martyrs. I'm not justifying it. These people on the far left who are trying to bring down capitalism, which they see as causing generational disparity and such, they were waiting for their martyrs. And yes, I agree with the argument, the discussion, the debate, which is happening right now, but it was horrible.
They weren't just waiting for it; they were paying for it. You got extra money on them protests. If a cop broke your civil rights, you got paid extra.
I would like to get back to the whole petty thing.
Well, hold on, Kevin. Do you know what you do?
Let Kevin finish.
Shut the fuck up, OG. I was in the middle of making a point when you started over talking.
Martyrs in spades.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, because when I was trying to make a point, OG started over talking me. What I was making a point about was it was a SIG P320 that Petty was carrying, right? Okay, that's fucking notorious for NDs with a loaded chamber. If you got the safety on or not, All it takes is maybe a scant millimeter of fucking movement for that slide, and the hammer is going to, or the striker is going to drop. It's a fucking design flaw that SIG got pissy about and tried to fucking.
They should be held accountable.
What I'm thinking the whole damn thing happened with Petty is everybody was fucking amped up on adrenaline.
Yeah.
They got the gun away from Petty. The officer that had Petty's gun might have squeezed on reflex due to something else, some other stimuli, and caused that to go off. And that caused the whole fucking chain of events that we saw before us. That's my fucking theory on it.
Well, the problem with that is that theory's been debunked. There was no.
Okay, I didn't know it was a SIG P320.
There was proof that there was not a negligent discharge.
Okay, I was trying to confirm that before I was overtalked. Thank you.
So who confirmed that there was not a negligent discharge?
Yeah, hold on. I'll go find it in a second.
Thank you.
I would like
to be difficult, but there's quite a bit of press on that particular model for negligent discharges.
Well, even in the event that this was that model, and like Dusty said, it wasn't. Even if it was that model and it did have a negligent discharge, 6 cops stood over this man, watched one cop grab the gun out from behind his back, pull it out, stand up, walk away, and after that cop was away, all the other cops pulled out their guns and shot. So so anybody that didn't see this guy get disarmed, this is your fucking job, is to see what's going on. You guys are literally holding this man down and you don't see the cop grab the gun out from behind him, from behind his back and walk away with it. As soon as that gun's in the cop's hand, you have zero excuses anymore. Zero.
That's not true. Like if they believed that the negligent discharge of the firearm or accidental discharge, whatever the case may be, happened, they have a case for imperfect self-defense. They can say, we thought we heard a gunshot, we thought we were under fire and reacted. It's happened before.
You thought you heard gunfire from the guy laying face down with his hands behind his back who had just been disarmed.
They might not have seen him get disarmed. You're assuming they all saw it. I've watched that video.
They should have yelled weapon
not
clear.
as far away as you seem to imply. Like the gun.
Wait, because Kevin got cut completely off before me and P-Fetch started talking over each other. Kevin, can you finish what you were saying? You're muted, sir.
What I was saying is that I was listening to the conversation, the debate, and I agree with the points of view and the horror of what happened with the mortality. I don't believe that people often consider what goes on in the back channels on how these things are organized and how these people who organize these calls to action have debriefs after incidents like this, where they give the deceased accolades as the comrades who stood for the cause, like what have you, and how these people are used to die for these causes to promote further disruptions within our society. And I think that that's the part that is even more disgusting than perhaps the people who are supposed to enforce our laws of our country, our state, our jurisdictions and territories.
Well, brother,
the
man,
idea that...
Go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. There is something much more insidious here than just mishandling of people who are acting in a way which may not be favorable to a sane society.
You have a bunch of insane people, jobless people, reprobates from society, and a bunch of rejects in society. And that's your typical leftist movement in the beginning of any revolution. And the problem is they don't care. if your family eats. They don't care if your family makes money. They only care about themselves. And they want their martyrs so they can justify their horrible actions. And this is why conservatives and the traditional American right will not beat leftists, because you have to be willing to send their martyrs to them in spades. You have to be willing to deal with them as they are insane people that will do damage freely and willfully and without repercussion if they have people in the DA's office that support them. That's the problem with leftism.
Okay, I understand the point of view. I can tell you this. The organizers are not jobless. They are educated, typically in law. They are authors. They distribute their materials prolifically. They are artists. They write music. They create art, which relates to younger generations. And they're most certainly activists. And I would be able to...
Those would be the educators. Those would be the educators and the children of the elite. Most of the useful idiots are fit in the category of Lupin Prole.
Well, now, I'm saying, yes.
Now, I don't disagree with you. Most of the people that you see speaking, they will be the educated. They will be the children of the elites. They will be artists. But every movement, every group has these people. The vast majority of the people that are doing the activism and being the martyrs will be people in lower end jobs. They won't be the elites. They will be people who identify with the lower classes. I mean, we've studied this for years, but I get what you're saying. I mean, you're not wrong.
And what I would want is that we expose those who are creating the martyrs, rather than hashing it out and arguing after the fact when people have died. We should be going after the people who are getting people killed, is my point of view. That's my hot take on that.
Fair enough.
I understand your thought, and I don't disagree that they're attempting to make martyrs. They're in fact paying people that can get cops worked up enough to lose their shit and create a civil lawsuit. They're giving them bonuses. Now, does that have any fucking thing to do with the fact that cops need to still follow in their jurisdiction, stay in their lane? They don't get to execute people? Absolutely not. The two things are two completely different subjects.
Yes, it's a separate issue. I agree. It's a separate issue. And at the same time, they've got us arguing over things that have happened, and they're going to continue making these situations that we'll argue about in the future unless we address the people making the problems.
I don't disagree that once again with that point, but where this all entirely stemmed from is these ICE officers were apparently not well enough trained to not fall for this shit, to not go into this and create further damage, further public distrust.
Hold on.
Actually go against their case, because that's the whole damn reason they had to roll out of Minnesota fast.
Hold on. The left has learned from the days of the 1920s. They're not going to do the crazy shit that they were doing in Berlin and Weimar, Germany. Some of the worst may hunt down a Trump supporter or a perceived threat and shoot them, but by and large, they're not going to do that, because they understand that the left is inherently less efficient at violence. They have to manipulate the population to get that control now. Because you're not looking at the leftist fucking miner and factory worker in the Soviet Union. You're looking at some fucking soy boy fucking whatever. Most of the working class people in America are either libertarians or right wingers. So these traditional revolution is not going to work. There are some elements like the punks and the anarchists where you'll get violence, but by and large, it's not going to happen. And if they're not committing violence, the police have to not commit violence, because if the police commits violence against them, that makes them right. And when they are made right, they run with it, and that gives them the biggest victories possible.
That's the one.
Can I point something out?
Everything. One thing. Let me say this, and I'll shut up for a minute. Everything in the modern world is based on victimhood and victimhood status. If you are victimized or you are handled too roughly in the modern world, people will take your side. Plain and simple.
Balderson.
Yep. So I want to say,
I believe those were CBP officers, not ICE, at Peretti.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If it was, whether it was CBP or ICE.
Well, they're different organizations, different training.
Yeah,
but either group, it explains, like, most of them probably don't have training on how to deal with riots and protests and shit.
Yeah, it's border and immigration. Yeah,
we need training wherever they're deployed.
So they should either not be allowed to deal with those things, or they should have
the law.
Well, then they should have had the proper training to do that.
Well, they should have support from the local law enforcement.
No.
Yeah,
listen,
they absolutely should.
No, I don't give a damn about the local law enforcement supporting them. If they've got a job to do and they can't do it the way that they're supposed to do it, then they need to get the fuck out of my office.
The local population is the problem of the local law enforcement.
Look, here's the thing. If you don't understand how this country is actually run,
I do.
Probably might not need to get into the conversation about it, because essentially the people own the country. Okay?
I don't want to fucking go along
with what you said. The people own the country. Like, I've been trying to say what this is. So the people own the country. Okay, that's the way it works. We pay some people that live in this country to serve us. That's why they're called public servants, okay? Every person that works in a governmental position is a public servant. What that means is that we, the people, through legislation, need to legislate what their training is. 6 to 8 weeks is not enough training to be out there on the streets with a firearm and a badge, with the ability and the authority to drag people off to a dungeon or unalive them. This is just the reality of things. 6 months probably isn't enough. A year probably. I mean, this issue revolves around human beings
put into training,
put into positions,
protocols. Just curious.
Hold on. What is it, Ant?
I'm asking, do you create a lot of police protocols for training, like, whole regime, what they have to go through, what they have to learn, how long it should take? Do you do a lot of that?
So in Albuquerque, there's what's known as the CPOA. That's the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. Okay, what the Civilian Police Oversight Agency does is they investigate whether officers have violated the law.
Didn't ask that.
Okay,
what's your expertise in creating police training programs?
Okay, and I was trying to tell you what that is. Do you not know what a Civilian Police Oversight Agency is?
I don't care what it is.
You don't care what it is. Okay, exactly. Like I said earlier, if you don't know the way that this country works,
I want real credentials,
not just get involved in the conversation and actually listen. So a Civilian Police Oversight
Agency. And you can't ask for a question and ask a question. Then when he goes to give you an answer, not like his fucking answer.
Because his answer wasn't answering the question.
I'm looking for you don't like the answer.
Expertise.
You don't like that there are
they can demonstrate to back up
there are several states that have civilian oversight of law enforcement in their code and procedure. That's what he's talking about, and yes, the fuck it is.
What the law is. Yes, this is exactly the way.
If you oversee the training and procedures, that's literally what the oversight is.
And that's what you do, Clay. You oversee training and procedures. You're a professional in this area.
You don't understand how this country works. This is why you're having trouble understanding what the conversation is about.
I'm just asking you for Clay, you stay on point.
God gave you 2 ears to listen and 1 mouth to talk. For a reason.
All right, first off, let's just skip this. Law enforcement, like Border Patrol and La Migra, ICE are not traditional law enforcement. They are law enforcement that have a specific mission goal in place. They are not supposed to be interacting with U.S. citizens outside that scope. ICE at all, right? Unless they're detained in a smuggling operation. Customs and Border Patrol at all, unless you're bringing, importing, or exporting things across the national lines. Now, the thing is, the issue I have as the right-wing authoritarian is they're shooting and killing U.S. citizens. I have yet to actually see a video where they're detaining illegal immigrants. Show me the fucking video where they're detaining illegal immigrants. That's the thing. And then I'll stop being mad at them.
Yeah, but just kind of go back to what I was saying as well. Look, the training that occurs in a police department, the way that works is typically it's at least about 6 months, depending on which department. It could vary a little bit. 6 to 8 weeks is not enough time to not only train people how to maneuver in and out of situations, but also to teach them what our fundamental rights are according to the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, let alone the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth. I mean, when you really understand what that Constitution, what that Bill of Rights affords you for rights, you begin to understand that 6 to 8 weeks is, bro, you know how long it took me to learn what my rights are so that I know what my rights are and learn the law, okay? Now, I pick things up pretty quick, but I'm still learning certain laws, and now I know my rights now, but the law is a completely different beast, okay? Because you've got statutes, codes, ordinances from jurisdiction to jurisdiction that may vary. And when you're talking about federal code, right, and those agents go into a city or into a state, then they also have to operate based upon those circuits and states and cities and what those codes are. They can't just go into a city and only operate based on, whatever the U.S. code says. They also have to operate based on whatever codes, ordinances are on that city and that state. So the idea that you can be trained how to deal with these situations within 6 to 8 weeks, especially on American soil, not even like in a foreign land where they don't really have quite the, operation that we do here, where the citizens actually own shit, where we actually have private property rights and shit. The idea that they can be trained in 6 to 8 weeks is just, it's not there. It's asinine. It's bullshit, right? So 6 to 8 weeks.
We have 25 million people to get the fuck rid of. Give them the 6 months training, years worth of training. Well, there's a job that needs to be done here at the end of the day, okay? And we just don't have that afforded time is really what it is. If we didn't have this massive problem right now, I 100% agree with you, Clay, but these people also have to leave. Now, since that we've unpacked this martyr issue with it all, and how I first said that, it's interesting on how the Senate said that they're pissed about the anti-weaponization fund and that they're going to derail everything, and now all of a sudden they passed it. Now that we've rehashed this whole thing, when ICE gets back up and running here again, I'm willing to bet that the left is going to become even more emboldened, and you're going to see more martyrs and such like that. I think that's what the game plan is right now for them.
Well, also, I was going to bring up, U.S. citizens have been shot by those agents, but what were those U.S. citizens doing? I mean, I'm not saying
following their constitutional right and consciousness.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it's right.
Blowing
whistles, arrest,
blowing whistles, causing mayhem, doing all this shit. Go on, Fletch.
Hold it. Again, not taking either side in this. I'm trying to call it down the middle. Given the situation, especially with Petty, as amped up as everybody was, and as fluid as the situation was, given all the surrounding chaos, especially with the possibility of it could have been a negligent discharge, it could not have.
I don't give a fuck what Justin
Until
wants to come up and say it with his chest. He can. Fuck.
Who?
I mean, I'll send him the link, but because he will, but he's not fucking wrong.
Cost
$10. You motherfucking capitalist pig dogs was okay with illegal immigrants coming up through this bitch. You could get cheap labor.
Housekeeping real quick. You guys, hold on, guys. Ben, it's $10 to boot somebody, correct?
Yes, sir. $10 to boot somebody, and apparently Dusty can say things with his chest, from what I heard, and get on up and say them. That's what I heard.
I mean, at least be like this is my problem with fucking Trump supporters, bro. At least be consistent with your beliefs. I'm anti-immigration for reasons. You guys are anti-immigration because fucking Orange Man told you to be.
I've been
You
anti-immigration
illegal
before
immigration.
Obama. I don't know what you're fucking
Hold up.
talking about.
I have
Hold
a
on.
problem.
Illegal immigration, I
You
should
just
say.
set
I'm
them
not
off.
against immigration. Just doing it illegally, I'm against.
Yeah, I have a problem with immigration as a whole because
I-
all of the problems with immigration exist whether it's illegal or legal. That's the problem. And you
That's
fucking
not true.
retard.
That-
As long
that's
as
so
you do it with
simplistic.
paper, as long as you do it with the paper, it's okay. Fucking King George followers, it's okay.
Shut
He's
the
a
fuck
powder-
up, OG.
Oh,
My
and one
God.
more-
me up,
What is
motherfucker.
this
Why
about?
you don't
Hold
tell
on.
me, OG,
Your leader,
you just
pal.
don't know what the fuck
One
you're
more-
talking
one more
about.
house-
My lord,
Hold on, guys. One more housekeeping. From what I understand, Ben and the Angry American are not bootable, correct?
That's correct.
That
You
is
cannot
correct.
boot Ben or the Angry American,
Very
and
good.
one at a fucking time.
I would like to say something to OG because I want to. That's OG, right? Saying that we're King George, fucking want to be conservatives, but we're really lefties or whatever.
Oh no,
fuck
no, you're
nonsense he's
definitely
spitting.
conservatives. You're definitely. Here's the problem: because you're conservatives, you're actually liberals. Because America's a liberal nation.
Okay, hold up. You're talking, but you're not giving a reason why. You don't even know
you're
my
liberal,
stance.
you're
bro. I'm
you're
not
liberal.
Republican.
You're liberals because every conservative ideology that exists today stems from the French Revolution. You're a right-wing liberal. All right, a left-wing liberal.
Well, when he says
I don't
when he
need to get
says
into
that it
names.
stems from the French Revolution, the way this went down was when we went to have the revolution, the French sent all their young officers in order to help us, and all their money, and kept the British ships mostly away from us. And then those particular officers went back to France. This is where the French Revolution stemmed from, was the return of all the officers and them going, hey, we don't need no fucking kings. And then France at the time was broke because they spent all their money on our revolution in order to thumb Britain in the eye, because it was a long-standing fight with Britain that they had not been able to win yet. So they used us as a proxy in order to do that. So these two things all turned into one pool where these young Frenchmen, young French nobles, really started our revolution and their revolution at the same time.
The Jacobin and 10 million people killed in the final total.
Now, OG, you say you're a right winger. Explain a few of your political stances.
You can't handle the truth, brother. I am an extremely ultra nationalist. I didn't concede shit.
OG,
bitch.
do you have a problem with 25 million people coming into the country illegally over the last 4 years? Do you have a problem with that?
Problem with 25 million. I have a problem with 1 million legal immigrants a year, sir. I have a problem with the amount of legal immigrants we let come in the country.
But that's not the problem that we're facing. Because
that is the problem. That is the problem we're facing.
Dwarfs
when you
Dwarf.
literally import the third world legally, you become the third world.
So I'm assuming then that you're completely 100% against the H-1B.
Absolutely, not 100%, about 99.99%. There is a reason to bring in intelligence. There is a reason to bring in people who have these skills to teach us these things that we've lost. And there are just it's generally good to allow intelligent people into your country to contribute to society. But, sir, I work at 7-Eleven for my cousin brought me into the country, sir. I am human I am human capital, sir. Like 80% of our school, 80% of our educational background is scamming.
I want to point something out that you said something that's really stupid. Let me see if I heard you correctly. Did you say you have a problem with immigration, period? Because the more immigrants you let in, the less America you become. Is that essentially your standpoint?
Are you about to try to tell me America's a nation of immigrants like a retard?
No, we're a nation of what's the word?
We're a nation of conquerors and settlers and not pussies, is what we are.
Not conquered,
not stolen. We built this fucking country from nothing. We built this country from nothing. And
Dude,
pussies
stop,
who said
stop
everybody
being
can be a
sweaty and
member.
answer the question.
It's
bro.
why it's fucking gay now.
Stop being sweaty and answer the question. Is that your standpoint?
I
What
answered your
just said?
question, puss.
I got a question, OG.
No. Hold up. You didn't
I got
answer
a
my
question.
question.
He's got some
Is your
fired up.
standpoint you believe immigrants, the more immigrants, legal or illegal, makes America less America?
The difference between a immigrant and a
You
settler
can't fucking
is
answer
the
the question,
settler
can
is
you?
the
You sure
settler.
you're not a liberal?
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm a
No,
fascist.
you're not. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or fucking no,
even
bro.
talk over you. I don't care
See,
about
you're a fucking liberal, bro. Because damn sure.
No, I'm the opposite of a liberal. I think liberalization should be
yes or no
destroyed,
from
sir.
you.
Just because I
Yes
don't
or no?
value your
Yes
rights
or no?
your
Do you
opinion
believe
does not make me a
immigrants,
liberal.
legal or illegal, makes America less America? It's a yes or no
Yes,
question.
by definition, yes, you're a nation is a people.
Okay, you're a
stupid
fucking
fuck.
idiot.
A nation is not an idea.
And I'll tell you
I'm
why.
an idiot. A nation is not a. I'm Spurgeon. Just fucking hit me, Clay, when one of the hosts tell me to shut up.
You're
Hit me with stories. I got the story muted. You are a
You're a
fucking
fucking
retard.
idiot.
A
Because
nation is
most-
a people, not an idea. Okay, Balderson, I see you. I got you.
No, you're good.
Most
He was waving at
immigrants.
somebody else.
I was about to go blood and
Most
soil there. I'm
immigrants-
sorry.
I wave at my my people regularly,
Oh,
so
I
as
can-
not,
I can go-
not
okay.
to interrupt the panel. I didn't mean to interrupt it.
okay,
That's why I was
Okay,
waiting.
my bad. All right, I'm
I was
all right.
going
Spirit
out.
mode. Anyway, back to blood and soil.
Before
Oh,
a
geez,
fucking
most
nation is a
coming to
people,
this
not an
country.
idea.
Hold on.
Conform to
This is
American
why our
ideas.
nation is failing because
Too many talking!
intellectuals
Hold on,
think
hold
they
on,
know
hold
what
on.
the fuck they're
Talking.
talking about, but
OG,
they
hold
don't
on.
have the mind to understand the logic to
OG,
understand
hold on.
blood and soil. It's not some.
OG.
All right. It's going to be one at a time. And that's how it's going to be.
Okay,
So I want, before we go any further, okay, Crow, I do want to point something out to you. What you're calling him, when you're calling him liberal, you're 100% wrong. What OG is saying is that he doesn't want anybody else coming into this country except for this minute few. That's not a liberal idea. That's an extremely authoritarian idea. Like when he's saying my rules or no rules, that's not liberal. That's authoritarian 100%. So
I got you, Clay. No, I was calling him a liberal because I couldn't get a straight
These
answer.
people don't
from
know
him.
what they're talking
That's why I
about.
called him a liberal.
Brother, you got a straight
'Cause you
answer. I
can't
told
get
you
a
from the
straight-
beginning.
No, you didn't. The
immigration.
straight answer is yes
No
or no.
immigration.
But go ahead,
No,
Clay. I
you
just
just want
wanted to clarify why I called him a
dictate the
liberal.
answer. You just want to dictate the answer because you don't like it.
And
How
back to
the
what I
fuck I
said with
dictate a
OG.
yes or no answer?
What's up, Fletch? Fletch wants to ask me a question. What's up?
Yeah. How pissed are you that the SPLC didn't give you any of that money?
I do it for the love of the game, baby.
Oh,
No, dude. I piss off so many liberals with that because like they're trying to like the SPLC didn't actually pay for it. And I'm like, yes, the SPLC did pay for it.
Hey,
Do not
hey,
trust
Clay,
in
can I
liberal
say something real
institutions.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
Yeah, I want to
I
say
don't
how
know why
OG's
anybody
comment
was
fucking
surprised
retarded.
by that, because it turns out that most of the really bad anti-Semitic, like when there's graffiti and something gets destroyed, it turns out that they did it.
It was all
this
fake.
is not the first time this trick has fucking happened.
I mean, there's a lot of tricks that happen that people don't want to admit that happen, but we can't talk about that on YouTube. So let's just.
We cannot talk about these things. No.
The truth will be exposed sooner or later, yeah? The will of the people is rising.
Hold on, OG. Go ahead.
They're like, how will they ever believe that there is a Ku Klux Klan if we do not support the Ku Klux Klan?
As your resident right-wing fascist racist, the Ku Klux Klan is gay. There's like 6 of them and 8 of them are feds. All right, back when I was a young white nationalist, they were like, "Oh, you should join the Ku Klux Klan, brother." I'm like, "Why? To snitch on everybody and be a pussy?" Like what? Like the fuck? I don't hate black people because they're black. And I'll stop it right there.
Stop. We're on
Yeah,
YouTube.
most immigrants that
OG, I can totally get behind your.
Hold on. I've been trying to tell OG something for like a hot minute, man. I gotta let this out.
Get it out, Cross.
Most
Get it out.
immigrants that
Come on,
come
man. Tell me
here
about your
legally, and stop interrupting. Most
Tell me
immigrants
about
that
your
come here
feelings. Stop
legally
talking about talking to
and
talk,
through the
baby. Come
fucking
on.
papers conform to American ideas. So your statement
No,
about
the fuck
what?
they don't, you stupid
Yes, they
motherfucker.
do.
No, they
No,
don't. That's why we're having
they
problems
actually do.
now. That's why,
It's
yes,
illegal.
Indians totally
We're
don't
having
bring the
problems
caste system
because
in
of
evidence.
illegal immigrants. You fucking jack off.
What
That's the
problems are
fucking
caused
problem
by
we're
illegal?
having.
What problems are caused by illegal immigration that aren't caused by regular
Oh,
immigration?
I can give you a whole fucking bunch. Because when
I'm waiting.
before
Stop
I was a
talking about
Democrat
talking
or
and do it.
conservative, I fucking hated illegal immigrants. Because the fact that you can't communicate with them pisses me the fuck off. You need to learn basic English in fucking America for one. And if you're one of those cocksuckers that says English is the universal
Spanish ain't
language,
hard as
all
white
their
man's
documents
language.
are written
Learn
in
it.
old English, motherfucker. Secondly,
You
all the
don't even
crimes that
speak
illegal
old English, you
immigrants
dumb
do,
motherfucker.
it's English. It's English.
Well,
English is
which
derived from
variant of
Old
English?
English, which
Middle
is the
English? Modern English? Like which one? Because our oldest documents are
dude. You
written in a
think you're
language
making
you
points,
can't
but
even
you're really
read.
not, bro. And look,
our oldest documents is written in a language you can't even read. Try again.
I actually can read Old English, and I'm not. Why are you judging me?
And I love Spanish because I
fucking
love
know
me some
me.
big booty Latinas. So try again, brother. Try again.
You're
You bitching about
trying to act like
a
that
language. Half you fucking rednecks don't even speak
motherfucker.
fucking English. Fuck off.
I'm not a redneck, bro. I was born and raised in Jersey. I'm far from a fucking redneck.
English.
I'm a
Wait a
hillbilly.
minute.
I'm above y'all.
Bro,
I have a question.
bro, you're a racist, bro. You're a fucking racist
on,
piece
Kevin.
of shit,
Yes,
bro. For
yes.
real.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I've worked illegally in 2 different countries, and I'm just wondering, has anyone else here ever worked illegally in another country?
Being
Brother,
a male
Never.
gigolo, I
work
think is
illegally
illegal
here.
everywhere, Kevin.
Pardon me, you work illegally everywhere?
I said being a male gigolo, I believe, is illegal everywhere. Sir.
I work illegally everywhere because I don't pay taxes to a country that hates
All right.
me.
That was funny, Baldur. That was
Oh, are you a sovereign citizen, OG?
Fuck no, I'm not a sovereign citizen. The fuck?
Oh no, man.
Bro, your
I
shit,
know.
your shit is gay and retarded and fucked up. Get better material. Be funny like Baldur.
Well, you're
said.
definitely a racist piece of shit. To the
God.
point where I don't
Yes,
even want to
yes,
talk
I
to
am
you
a
anymore.
racist. Nice to meet you.
Why
No,
you're a
don't talk
racist?
to me.
Why do you
I don't
think you're
wanna
better
talk
than
to
another
punks.
fucking culture or
I
race?
don't. I see
Why
that.
do you think you're better?
I don't think you're better. I don't think I'm better than another race. Racial supremacy is equally retarded.
Can you guys do me a favor? Just because I know that you guys have a little bit going here, but remember that we can't hear you. Kind of like how Sarah points out. Just one at a time, guys.
Knock off the honky.
I think his worldview, just the fact that he admits at least he admits it. That's how I know he's not actually
Because I'm not a
liberals are
coward.
fucking snakes.
Everybody's racist. Everybody has their
actually,
own in-group
I would
preference, you
disagree with
stupid
that.
pussy.
I think you are a fucking coward with the way you're talking. Like you're an internet tough guy, bro. You're an internet tough guy, fucking racist.
I'm also
Sounds
a
like a
tough
young
guy
buck
in
that's
real
gonna
life.
get fucking his when he gets.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. That
So
part.
I'm very reserved online, bro, because I
Bro,
can't say what I
don't
truly
think
feel
you're
about you because I
retarded
can't punch
online
you in
is
the
what
face.
you are.
I mean, yeah, because I fucking hate illegal immigrants and I hate racist fucking scumbags, bro.
So to point
That
out
makes
that
me an
the
idiot, and I'm a
topic
fucking
is the $70
The
billion.
co-host is talking. What are my fucking rules? We're going to abide by them or I'm shutting the stream down. Period.
The topic was at least the $70 billion that was given to ICE. And now we're going to go ahead and switch it up to Trump pardoning an insider trading Republican.
Is it my turn?
Dumb idea.
Yes, Kevin, go. Kevin, go.
Okay. While on the face of it, I'm not cool with it. I'm wondering if there's something else going on behind the scenes with it. I'm just like, I'm not simping for Trump. And at the same time, I'm like, what is that all about? I'm curious. So I'm looking for this to unfold. Please don't tell me he just like paid a favor to somebody. Please tell me that this is like a deeper meaning.
Well,
to this.
We're gonna start it out with a nice little video by head of the House Mike Johnson, and what he has to say about how much money politicians need to live, and that they do need to trade.
Salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. You know, when you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year, and over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, a residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them like engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, you know, take care of their family.
I don't think so. Okay, is this still my turn? I think it is.
Yep.
I think that's kind of a cop-out kind of comment right there, because I can stock trade. I don't need to be in Congress, and I can still be successful at it. So if you got yourself in Congress and you've got your inside view to what's going on with businesses and all these machinations behind the scene where it comes to acquisitions, divestitures, and things, I think maybe perhaps you should not be able to dabble in the stock market. And if you choose to be in Congress, that's your choice. So suck it up, Buttercup, and stop with the BS, because we don't have time for that. Hi, Nova.
Hi. You're one of my favorite panelists. I like you. You're smart as you're smart as a whip.
Not according to this person on YouTube. He called me dumb, but whatever.
Well, he's probably hot for you, so that's probably his first issue. So there we go.
Thank you, Kevin. Very good.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Nova, what is your opinion on the insider trading done by politicians and Trump's recent pardoning of an insider trader?
I don't believe that they should have any business doing any of that, because we've seen what Pelosi has done. Used all types of insider information, has gotten scot clean. And I don't know anything. I did not hear about that. So you're going to have to brief me for me to make a comment. So I will retract making one at this moment.
Ben, I'll show her the video.
Also pull up the article of the gentleman that Trump pardoned, please.
Okay. Do I have it? I should.
I thought you did. Let's pull that up and read it off, so that way we get a nice official start, and then we'll go back to Nova and see what Nova has to say.
Okay.
The salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. You know, when you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year, and over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, a residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them like engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, you know, take care of their family.
No,
it's weird how they understand that the way the economy works when it applies to them,
to
but
them.
not the rest
Yeah.
of us.
No, that's actually
weird.
It's technically a conflict of interest. Actually, technically.
Right, which is why it's currently illegal, and
Yes,
they're wanting
exactly.
they're wanting to make it legal because Congress is making so little money that they can't afford to live off their $170,000 a year salary. How can you
really,
expect
then
that?
why would they walk off with over 30 million every year? I mean, if they're going to get their pockets lined, then why should we fucking pay them a damn dime for doing shit anyway? They're bought and sold by the highest bidder. That's the problem.
And
you have that other
article, Ben? I apologize. I don't have it up. I can't find it.
I will just pull it up on my phone quick and read it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have it up here too, Ben.
Oh, please pull it. Did you put it in the put it in the share so we can share it, please?
Sure. You got it.
For the win, do you just want to share your screen and then I'll put it up?
I got it pulled up. All right, I just gotta hit dirt, share screen, Trump pardons former. So we got Trump issues pardon for former Republican congressman convicted of insider trading. Look at the dumb fucker wearing a mask. President Trump has issued a pardon to Stephen Buyer, which I find hilarious. That the guy that got convicted for insiders trading's name is Buyer, a former Republican congressman from Indiana who served nearly 2 years in prison for making illegal stock trades based on inside information after he left office. Buyer was sentenced to 22 months in prison in 2023 for trades while working as a consultant and a lobbyist. Gee, we didn't know lobbyists were corrupt. He's ordered to forfeit more than $350,000, representing the amount of illegal gains, and pay a $10,000 fine. He was released in 2025. The Supreme Court in May rejected Buyer's appeal without comment or noted dissent, meaning that none of the judges thought that his case should be overturned. In granting a full, complete, and unconditional pardon, Trump cited Buyer's career as a judge advocate in the Army. It's excellent that guys in those positions are corrupt. And in the House, that was distinguished and highly productive. The pardon was dated Thursday and released by the White House late Friday.
How old is that guy?
He was an important guy doing illegal shit. How you feel about him getting pardoned for?
One question: how old was he?
He looked old as fuck.
Probably 70 something.
60s, 70s, something like that. White hair.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get that one fact, and I'll shut up. I will shut up now, actually.
Hold on, I'm looking it up for you. I had to get his name again.
While you're looking that up, you want me to give my...
Yep, please do. And he's 67.
67. Yep, makes sense. Yeah.
He's not that old. Shit, he looked old as fuck.
67 ain't young.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not old.
Ant and I are both over 50, though, so it's not that damn old.
It's not old. It's not young.
It's getting closer to 70, you know?
I mean, he ain't no spring chicken. He ain't no spring chicken. So here's the thing. So yeah, Nova's correct. It's a conflict of interest, and understanding why it's a conflict of interest is very, very important, right? It's more than just him having an unfair advantage of the people. It's more than him being a servant of the people. It's because when you are in a position of power, in a position of authority, and you have the ability to change what other people can and cannot do when it comes to business, the conflict of interest is that you can stop other people from putting food on the table. It's more than just what he and his family can gain by it, but it's about what the American people can and cannot do when he comes into this position of authority and changes the game because, well, he happens to have a little information that nobody else had. This concept of the idea of someone being able to manipulate the market, okay? When he's manipulating the market, he's not just manipulating it for himself. He's creating scams, pyramid schemes, things that essentially no one else has the authority or power to maneuver, but he does. So this conflict of interest is way bigger than just his ability to serve and what he can and can't do for himself. It's about other people and what they can and can't do for themselves.
Very good. Thank you, Clay. And Salty Santa. Oh, you're Salty Daddy.
I just figured Spin had changed mine, so I made it interesting. I think the abuse of the pardon power is just getting obnoxious. I mean, I understand where there are times where the system of justice doesn't really work out, but I understand that this guy was convicted. There aren't any problems with the conviction, and it just seems to be, favorites with favorites. It's who you know, and so what? He was a JAG officer. Whoop-de-doo.
Thank you, Santa. Or Dad, Salty Daddy, Orthodox guy.
Go, Salty Daddy, go.
Got you. I think this is again a nothing burger. I think corruption is incredibly based. It makes the world go round. I think that they're going to take our tax dollars. I think we should be focused on what they spend them on, not who gets enriched by it. I think as long as it's sold on America, I don't care who's getting rich off building our infrastructure, as long as they're building American infrastructure and it's benefiting American people. It's when they start sending it overseas and this, that, and the third, I have a problem with it. I think there's an overlook on and crying about corruption. It has always exists and will always continue to exist.
Thank you, Orthodox guy. And Kraut Mick.
Hey, yeah, I'm with Clay and Nova on this, and yeah, like what Clay also said, like insider trading, it can affect the poor. Like, look, you're making a decision that gets you rich, and you're taking money away from somebody that had no knowledge of the system and got fucked over because you used your knowledge of the system to get richer. So yeah, I'm completely with Nova and Clay on that, and Trump pardoning the fucking dude. Like, come on, man. We need to trust our fucking government, man. Like, you got what 70 fucking million that voted for you, and you're doing the same dumb shit that Biden did. And we criticized Biden on fucking doing when he pardoned his fucking son. And now you're doing the same fucking dumb shit. That's all I got. But I also want to apologize, Spin. If I was talking over Boulder, there was a lag. I do apologize for that. But I yield my time.
Thank you, Kraut. And God's favorite ant.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of disagreement on this panel. I don't think the people with the levers of power should be allowed to invest because essentially it incentivizes them to pick winners and losers. That means you have the politicians interfering with fair trade and competition. Not okay with that at all.
Excellent answer. And for the win.
So in this article, if you read a little bit further, the next paragraph says, Buyer said the pardon corrects a politically motivated prosecution and that it was horrific to be imprisoned for a crime that I did not commit. He maintains that he was innocent. Further down, a letter signed by more than 40 former Republicans in Congress said Buyer was targeted by the deep state because of his involvement in the Clinton trial. Let's see, then. He was a House prosecutor at a Democratic President Bill Clinton's 98 impeachment trial, and in 2016, he served on Trump's transition team focusing on veterans issues. So those caveats to it all, I mean, the guy did his time. He paid back whatever was in and took a $10,000 fine. Now, he served those 22 months. I think this would look completely different if he was like mid-sentence and then was pardoned, but he completely paid back whatever and everything. And this pardon was simply just to clear his name. He didn't gain anything from this or anything other than getting his name cleared. So I don't have a problem with it.
So should every other criminal get their name cleared also?
I don't know. Were they targeted by the deep state?
Well, were they in positions of power?
Well, I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi. I think it's a stark contrast between the two. Because if they're quote unquote insider trading, and I don't know the details of it, whereas she's making money just to make money off the American people and such by being in Congress. Whereas this gentleman, he had prior work done, and that this deep state does come after people. And that's what I was kind of saying in the initial thing with the anti-weaponization fund and stuff. Would this guy be eligible for that?
I was just mostly curious whether this standard applied to everybody that's been out of prison or just this guy.
Well, if you get out of prison, you should get your rights back immediately. You've paid your debt to society. That's the point of prison.
I would tend to agree with that myself. Get what the fuck are you doing?
I don't like this that we hold someone's prior convictions against them for like the rest of their life. I think it's bullshit.
Now, contrary to most people's beliefs, because I've actually heard this said on panels, state to state, and most states do give you your rights back. It's federal that it is. This is a questionable thing. Like South Dakota, you get your gun rights back even if you don't ask for them in a certain amount of years. It's just assumed, and you get your voting rights back as soon as you complete your sentence, which I think is absolutely the way that it should work. Once you've completed your sentence and you're now an upstanding member of society again, you should have all the rights and privileges the rest of society has.
So Ben, to that point real quick, Ben, I just wanted to ask, so like, you know, I agree with you. Like it sucks that we hold that against people and stuff, but would that go on to like the employment applications? Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Yes or no? Should that question be eliminated off the employment applications in that respect too?
Absolutely.
Now see this, then it gets real funny because that's a private business. Now, do I think that the private business probably has should have the ability to force you to tell them? No, but if they find out that if you were in prison for bank fraud and they're trying to hire you at a bank, it's probably fairly pertinent for them. The things that a government is allowed to do and hold against you, because your rights are dealt with by the government. What you're asking me is, can a private business look at your history? And I don't see any issue with a private business looking at your history. In fact, I think it's probably best for them to do so.
And I think that's fair too. I was just asking, like, to expand on that. That's all.
Let me hit
but
you with
they
this.
shouldn't be held back though from like housing and all those kind of things. Because currently most felons are held back from most housing, most federal programs. Again, the government shouldn't be able to hold anything against you after you've served your time.
Well, I want to comment on that.
Wait, hold on. Balder, I'm about to give you a powdered wig, sir. I didn't know you were a subject. I thought you were a free man like me. All right. First and foremost, our founding fathers did not just say our rights only apply for the government. They knew that tyranny can come from private individuals and private property holders as well as government. They were very well aware of the East India Trading Company. They said eliminate tyranny where you find it, sir. Where you find it, not just the government. So, no, it is nobody's fucking business if you've paid your debt to society. It should be eliminated. And if you do the crime again, you go to fucking prison or you get dealt with slightly different.
Now the difference is that you're trying to impede on my ability to understand things and my ability to make a decision, and the government doesn't get that right either. Now, because I've not committed a crime, you've decided that the government can tell me that I can't be informed on who I'm hanging out with, who I'm having in my homes, things like that.
You get to have everybody's personal information at your fingertips when you want it. Okay, I didn't know you.
I started that out with that the government shouldn't force this person to give that information. It's
a moot point.
If the private corporation does some digging, does like a background, pays for it, and finds out on their own, it's the same as like the cake baking thing. That's that business. They have the right to.
No, it's absolutely not. You do not have a right to dig into somebody's personal information.
If I'm going to hire somebody, you fucking ain't right. I've owned personal businesses, and every single employee, you definitely.
So do I have a right to your medical records?
If you don't want to share it, I'll find out you're fired.
The medical records are covered by HIPAA. Your personal records.
Okay. So what? What if you have AIDS? You're a threat to or a transmissible disease. It's HIPAA. So as long as I will get you your powdered wigs. I'm glad to know that you serve the government when it's convenient.
Boulder, can I ask you a question real quick?
The government is the people.
No, I'm done speaking to you, sir.
OG, can it be talcum powder?
Yes, you can have a talcum powder wig, sir. I'm glad to know that I'm surrounded by such subjects.
Listen, OG. If I may, because you and I have had this conversation a couple of times. I'm extremely authoritarian as well. The only difference, of course, I know that you're authoritarian in one direction. I'm authoritarian in the Constitution, right? If somebody's violating the Constitution and our rights, right? So I see it as
but you don't have the right to be informed.
The people own this country, not just the government, right? So the way I see it, we are the pirates that took the land, but the pirates had a code. Remember that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where they were sitting around the table and Jack's dad comes down. He's like, you violated the code, all that stuff, right? There's still got to be a code. It just so happens that in this country, it's the people. The people have the code, and we are the masters of the servants, the public servants. They are ants to us. Sorry, Ant, not you, but yeah, essentially we own the country. We are the private property owners, and they can All of us can choose to serve each other, but when you go into that position of service, understand that you are signing an oath that you will sacrifice some of your rights so you can serve. And what that means is that we're going to pay you, we're going to stipend it out, and you're going to be taken care of.
What's that got to do with a private citizen employing another private citizen? I ain't talking about government service at all.
Yeah, private. So this is the concept of private property ownership, right? So if it's my private business, you're stepping foot onto my land. When you step foot onto
my information is my private information.
Yeah, but it's my land.
You have to access it.
It's my land. If you don't want to share your private information, guess what? You can stay the fuck off of my land.
I really want to ask OG a question.
Perfectly fine.
Okay, gentlemen, hold on 1 second. Salt your daddy. Salty your daddy would like to make his exit this evening. What say you, sir?
Well, thanks for having me on the panel. I think it's a good discussion, and certainly both subject matters really affect a lot of people, and I think we need to be serious about talking about them. And then also, again, it's always good to see you, Nova Star. Just wanted to highlight you. Right. Well, good job, everybody. Thank you for a spirited discussion.
Good night, Salty and the Elf. Night, Salty.
Have a good one, Santa. I still want my bike you didn't give me 25 years ago.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
I would really like to ask OG a question.
Bitch, ask the goddamn question. God damn.
Good
so
night,
your
Salty.
stance is once you pay your dues to society, no private business should know your information?
It's your private information, brother, man. You paid your due to society. You paid your shit.
All right. Let's say someone gets arrested for being a PDF file, and they do 20 years in jail. Then they get out. They want to apply to work at a private daycare.
You're assuming that I don't believe that there's some crimes that you should be executed for. That's a nice, cute little gotcha, buddy. But you obviously don't know who you're talking to. Just like I answered your questions and you didn't like the answer. Why would I clarify? Why would I immediately talk about PDFs? I don't think about PDFs all the time.
No.
If you murder, hold on. All right, I'm gonna mute it now. If you murder, if you grape, if you molest children, and there are some crimes that you should just be executed for. Straight off the
I
fucking
agree with you on that.
There you go. You're just trying to get your shitty little gotcha because you showed
no. You moved the goalpost though.
Keep trying, sweetheart. You're cute. Almost as cute as Nova Star.
Buy me dinner before you talk to me like that. But, Balder, I agree with you 100%, what you said about that.
So
keep talking, Mick. Don't let the boobs distract you.
We are all
hey, I'm happily married. Well, 90% happily 100%. No, that's basically it. But I feel like he moved the goalpost, but he did bring up a good point nonetheless. I agree with OG. I might be the only one who will agree with that.
While you're getting lost in the meta, I'd like to comment on the Balderson point. Right. Here's the thing. So with certain crimes, like using a deadly weapon and then unaliving someone, that point right there, carries with it a pretty hefty sentence. Now, let's say that there's quote unquote good behavior, right? This is my view on the whole, like, you don't retain certain rights when you get out. You have forfeited your rights essentially by doing the thing. Now we put you in a dark, deep place, right? Then you get out on good behavior or whatever at that point. You still haven't served your whole sentence to society, but what we're going to do is we're going to be lenient and allow you to operate in society with the rest of us, but you don't get to carry a firearm while you're out here. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about on parole?
Well, it's not even just
in none of these cases are you allowed to have your rights back while you're on parole. The return of your rights only comes with the full completion of your sentence.
Right, and that's
Let's
what,
be honest.
that's what I'm saying is that
designed to keep
full
you in the
completion.
system.
Hold on.
No.
The full completion of your sentence just doesn't exist in certain instances until death, right? So when it's certain
Well, those
things,
people never get their rights back.
right?
You are right. There's certain sentences where you're basically under supervision or in prison for life. That absolutely happens. But then that's not that often. There's many more sentences handed out that once the sentence is complete, which a judge gives you a certain amount of time and you have that amount of time, you did that amount of time. Once it's done, you're a normal citizen again.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I'm saying is that the sentence actually isn't over. You being allowed back into society without the firearm is actually a leniency to a much harsher sentence, which would be life imprisonment. We could either lock you up for life and then you still wouldn't have your firearm, or we could lock you up for 20 years and you just won't have your firearm through the rest of that sentence. You see what I'm saying there?
Are you talking about for like a capital crime?
Yeah, capital crimes, things like that. Now, I do believe that they're a little bit stupid with like certain felonies. Like, so in Florida, there's 3 classes of felonies, right? Well, that third class felony usually doesn't involve violent or sexual crimes. So whenever you're imposing that that sentence of no firearms on that third degree felony, it's not violent, it's not sexual. So that's ridiculous. That's absolutely stupid and ridiculous. In fact, it should essentially at that point, if it makes sense that much, then it should actually be those crimes should be misdemeanors, not even felonies anyway. And then there would be no issue about the felony being having your right to carry removed.
If you're advocating for tougher sentences on the murder, grape, PDF file stuff, and you're advocating that they never really become citizens of the country again, I'm not necessarily against you there, and I'm also not necessarily against people that are nonviolent and didn't hurt other people their sentences get truncated down to misdemeanor. I'm not necessarily against that either.
Yeah. So I think what essentially they're supposed to be doing is to find a middle ground for leniency when it comes to less harsh crimes. But unfortunately, because we do have tyrants and they make these ridiculous laws like, oh, he had some weed, so now we're going to take his firearms away. That's stupid. Right? So it's actually the classification of certain crimes that is the problem. It's not the felony itself. It's not the taking of the firearms itself. It's the classification of certain crimes, in my opinion.
So I'll ask the question again. What if this guy was actually innocent and he was politically persecuted? Do you guys have a problem with the pardon being issued?
I think he was probably politically persecuted and definitely was not innocent. I think when they say the words politically persecuted, what they mean is that they arbitrarily pick and choose who they're going to persecute, and they all are doing shit like this. And then sometimes you're the guy that gets the target on his head because somebody needs to go down. And then conveniently they have their wide options of who to choose, and that guy went down. Now, I don't think that I think he was probably politically persecuted and absolutely probably did it. But I also think that every other single politician that is doing these activities also should be persecuted. That would make it a not political persecution. That would mean that the justice was not arbitrarily being handed out, that they were actually doing it correctly. That this is, to me, what you're saying, just indicative of how few times they actually persecute anybody.
So in the article, it also says he was convicted in connection with insider trading involving the $26.5 billion merger between T-Mobile and Sprint announced April of 2018, and illegal trades in the management consulting company of Navigent when his client Guidehouse was set to acquire it in a deal publicly disclosed weeks later. So,
right, which is insider trading. And,
So
and
I-
that's why the judges, when they reviewed the case, said that the case seemed solid. They made no comments even or dissensions whatsoever. They said this seems completely legitimate.
It could be one other thing. Well, it could be a number of other things. But one other thing came to mind when we were talking about this. They may have just filed too late to get cert for this session of the Supreme Court, and it just got kicked off the schedule. Like, I was going to ask if it said anything about whether cert was denied forever or if they were told to like reapply later.
No, both these transactions went through, but it was found out that he in his companies was actually making trades based on it.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Supreme Court certifying the case to come forward to be heard by them. Like, they only see so many cases per year.
I don't think the Supreme Court. This was just an appeals court, I believe.
Supreme Court is an appeals court. It's the
he appealed and they didn't have a reason as to why they denied it. So we just don't know. And I have no idea, to your point, Ant, of can he reapply later? And I think it's a moot point now.
Well, it's a moot point now. I'm just saying, like,
right.
What before it became a moot point? Like, was he just forever? Was it forever denied, or was this just a matter of they didn't take it up for some reason or another? Because
I think he would have had a very hard time moving it up to the next court level, because the lower appeals court had already not given any comments nor any dissensions whatsoever across the board. They're like, nope, this is legit.
Well, no, he has to have that to be able to even go up to the Supreme Court. Because the only other outcome would have been the lower appeals court would find in his favor, and then it wouldn't have to go to the Supreme Court. They have to deny his appeal for it to go to the Supreme Court.
But typically there's got to be, I agree with what you're saying right there, but typically there also has to be some shenanigans in the case. And
they have to have new evidence to present.
So
right.
I've got a question for you guys. It's kind of like when people throw the word racism around. I ask, what's wrong with that? All right, what's wrong with this corruption? What's wrong with this insider trading? Because I genuinely, with those two topics, I see nothing actually wrong with them. Okay, hold on, let me finish, and then I'll shut the fuck up and let you answer. Somebody's going to enrich themselves. There's money to be made. This is human nature. It's going to happen. And like I said with corruption in general, as long as they're paying their taxes, they're being good little citizens, and somebody is giving the contractors money to do the job for Americans, and it gets done quite well, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Can we do round
I
robin?
mean, like Clay.
Yeah. No, everybody can answer.
Yeah, Clay stated the issue. I'm sure he can give his advice again, Clay.
Well, I want to do round robin if we could, because I think that everybody should have a take on that. That's a very good question, OG. I like.
All right. If we want to do round robin, classy Kevin, do you have a response for the question, sir?
Ultimately, nothing's wrong with it. From a temporary human existence type thing, no one's getting killed. No one's getting. Oh, sorry, wrong word. Sorry.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. No one's life is being put in peril. No one is. I mean, the only thing that's being gained is monetary, or lost is monetary, and ultimately, you can't take it with you. So, from my point of view, knowing that I'm a spirit inhabiting a meat puppet, at the end of the day, when it all comes down to it, and I look back on this lifetime, this is the least of my concerns. So, no, ultimately, there's nothing wrong with it. From a petty mortal, and now I'm just being a snob, I guess. From a petty mortal point of view, for people who chase money, I imagine this would be a very big deal, because that's what they lust for. I don't. So there it is. That's my take on that.
OG, would you please repeat your question?
Did I get it wrong?
No, Kevin, you're fine. OG,
Okay.
Yes, sir. What's up?
will you repeat the question?
Yes. So, much like when somebody throws the term racist around, I say, what's wrong with that? I'll do this again with the corruption term. Like, what's wrong with corruption? As long as they're paying their taxes on their income, as long as, say a senator or a state representative awards a contract to their family or themselves, as long as that infrastructure, that contract is carried out dutifully and well, I mean, money's to be made. What's the issue with it? Is corruption makes the world go round. Sometimes it actually makes things happen better and easier for citizens. So, what is wrong with that?
Thank you, sir. Clay, your response, sir.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, it's a really good question. So, from my stance, from my viewpoint, essentially looking at it from not just the short term, which those are the obvious ones, but also from the long term, which I think I would like to comment mostly on. When you operate in these dishonest ways, these scams, these essentially dirty tactics in order to gain privately, you're going to have to. What corruption means specifically is that you're going to have to break moral reasoning or principled reasoning. And so what that means is that eventually that's going to catch up with you. The old saying, you reap what you sow. Some people believe it's karma, that sort of stuff, whatever. If you are corrupt, especially in a position of power, it's going to be seen. It's going to be known eventually. And if you're talking about a governmental position, then those people who are subject to that authority, one, they are going to suffer in the long run. And I can give various points on how they suffer, the actual effects of corruption. But then also those outside watching the corruption are going to see it, and they're going to take advantage not only of those people who you are abusing your authority at and towards, but then also they're going to see that you too are not honest. You're not going to play the game fair. They're not going to want to do business with you. Okay, they're going to see your people who you've been abusing getting abused. They're going to be like, okay, well, I can abuse them too. And then they're also not going to want to do business with you. And so you, in the long run, will lose.
The game has never been played fair, Clay. The game has never been fair, and nor will it ever be.
That may very well be. However, if you have someone that you care about, then you're going to want to, take care of them. And people recognize where you come from. Like, so you can't hide your position in life, which means that the other people around you that you care about will suffer. This is just the reality of the long term. Now, short term, yeah, you might gain a little bit, but there are actually some short term losses. And so because of that, I certainly wouldn't recommend it. Not just the short term, but extreme long term. Your people will suffer. And I can give you plenty of examples of how corruption has served the detriment of various people throughout history. So, yeah, there's that.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Breaking Benjamin, your thoughts on the question, sir?
Before that,
I didn't see that.
sends in a big 50. Benjamin, this is for you to put aside for a hot house. 3 times more produce in the same. What the? Whoa, yeah. Keep amended soil inside, high in humus and microbial. Jesus.
Yeah, microbial.
Yeah,
I looked too.
it's one of them things where I started reading it out phonetically, and then I had to back. I'm like, I know the whole damn word, right? You know, like reading speedometer instead of speedometer. Microbial activity too. Add lots of worms into this. Fuck yeah, that is my language.
Got turned on, did you?
Yeah,
I could tell. Like,
3
ooh.
times the produce. Like what?
Are you the type of gentleman that does the potato stacking?
Oh yeah, I got about 100 of them going.
Based. Let's go.
Here,
Mr. Breaking Benjamin, your response, sir.
Yes, sir. I on the minor levels, you have things like this where they take insider knowledge and they go ahead and use that insider knowledge to enrich themselves in ways that normal people are not able to enrich themselves. To start out with, I agree with Effigy. The initial point to that was just fucking stupid. Oh, it's happened a lot, so it should just keep happening.
Well, that wasn't the initial point. That wasn't the initial point.
And there's a gajillion examples of why corruption absolutely wrecks the system.
Yeah, but he said he brought up murder. We know why murder is wrong. Why
this is round robin, not back and forth, bro. The reason that the whole reason that fucking the citizens get the worst roads, the military gets the worst equipment, is because all the money is actually the whole reason that they're paying $80 for a fucking $10 hammer is because 70 of those fucking dollars are going out to corruption, which is what's put us at, $40 billion in debt, including another $200 billion in money that we've already got out that we can't cover that's coming due. But on the major levels, what happens is now they start putting the thumb further on the scale when you let them get away with these more minor things. And so now the companies that they want to get the contracts, which already happens, but it would just grow exponentially, that they would push further to enrich the companies that they wanted to enrich. The quality of everything would go down because it would no longer be a capitalist competition of who makes the better product for the cheapest. It would be who's friends with the good old boys. And we would end up with things like Joe Biden pardoning the Cash for Kids judge, who straight up was selling kids to the prison because the prison was making so much money and he was getting kickbacks. All that corruption goes on every level. And when you were put in authority above the people, you were supposed to stand as a standard above the people. You are more accountable than we are because you're overseeing the things that we are doing. And every one of them that does shit like this is absolutely treasonous, 100% treasonous, and should be treated like the treasonous cunts they are.
So did you hear the question, or did you just want to have a got you?
Again, it's a round robin.
The entire question.
See what's fun here is I have this mute button. Well, if you're gonna unmute yourself, I do this. Then I just do this. So during the round robin portion is not the part to argue. After everybody else is done talking, then you can bring up the dumb shit points that you're about to bring up after you dumb fucking ass tried saying it's okay because it's always happened. I realize that you want to defend the stupid shit you said. Do that after everybody else makes their points, please. And so with that, Toasty.
I'm not sure of everything you guys have exactly covered, but yeah, I definitely think that it's very important to understand the difference between murder and kill. Those are two different things. To begin with,
this was about corruption, Toasty. This was about
I was kind of responding to Effigy's comment.
Well, Effigy was saying that his point that corruption has always been, and so it's okay. Right. And so Effigy said murder has always been, so I should be doing that too. That it's a dumb statement, and he made it
what I was getting to. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is just because like somebody else is doing something doesn't mean you should. Especially if it comes to the point that you're breaking the law while you do it. I mean, if everybody's just going to revert to the ancient ways of, well, you're doing it, so why can't I? Then all I would say all faith in the system is lost. And that's about as far as I can go on that thought right now, because I'm not as deep in the conversation as you guys are. So,
thank you, Toasty. And obviously, I'll bring you back up after the round robin, there, Orthodox guy. And you can argue it out. Kraut Milk.
Yeah, basically, what you and Clay said. So I don't want to completely piggyback off of you guys. So I'll just add, like, well, I think you might have already mentioned this. Where does corruption stop? If you think it's okay to corrupt in this one thing and get away with it, all right. Now, you know what? Now I'm going to go a step further and corrupt more. You know what I mean? Again, I'm kind of piggybacking off of you guys. That's what sucks about being one of the last panelists. But yeah, I think Effigy made a good point. That's a good point. I don't know, man. It sounds like we got a loyalist on this panel, truth be told. But that's all I got.
Thank you, Kraut. And I'm sure there'll be more stuff to come up to argue. God's favorite ant.
I do agree with OG a bit that corruption's going to be there regardless. It's going to be part of the system. I just don't agree that we should accept it. It's just something we have to work towards trying to eliminate. It's part of being efficient and becoming more efficient, is learning how to work with or around the corruption and eliminate where we can. Did you need to say something, Spin?
I think you were just saying your
no.
Oh, okay. Anyways, but I still stand by what I said earlier. If you've got your hands on the levers of power and you are investing in companies, then you have the ability to pick favorites and thus winners and losers. And that's anti-competitive.
Excellent answer, Ant. And it's nice that For the Win's last. We should always have him last. For the win.
Why should I go last? What the fuck?
Because it sounds great when you say it, when you do the whole thing, and then the last one's like, now for the win.
Okay, I'll give you that. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, as far as like with this story, with the pardon that was issued, I have no problem with this pardon because the guy served his time. He paid back the restitution involved with it and was fined $10,000. He did his time and everything. It's not like this guy was in the middle of a sentence. He got pardoned and he was released from jail. So also to what I was saying with this guy specifically is that there seems to be a level of corruption to the him being politically persecuted part of it too. So that if we're going to put innocent people in jail, I have a major problem with that. And if that was the case, it actually did happen here. Well, you know, the pardon doesn't erase the criminal record from this guy, but it's seen as an act of mercy or justice ultimately for him after the fact with everything. So I tend to think that this is a signal of more things to come, and we'll see, you know, if there's others that have been politically persecuted and, you know, they get pardoned as well too. So
you forgot me.
Oh, you were blank at the time. You were an avatar, so Spin skipped you.
I know, but I heard enough.
So. Well, Ben was really actually saving the best for last. That's really what it was, not me. Yeah.
Are we ready?
We was born ready.
Look.
Rapt attention.
Look,
Rapt.
when people are, this is happening, you're not privy to what's going on behind the scenes. A lot of these people have already insider information, right? And they're turning on each other behind the scenes. You have no idea what's going on, who they're giving up behind there, making deals, okay, getting behind even getting released. The truth is, in business, considering I was a good Christian pastor's daughter, the truth in business is you have to learn how to maneuver and navigate around bad actors, okay? Most people who are in power and have money, they don't have any problems doing shady shit. And you have to be able to adjust and navigate through all of that. The best part is being able to be moving in the interests of the people or your family. You want to uphold the standard as best that you can, but sometimes you got to take out a motherfucker, and that's how it is. There you go.
All right.
Truth.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I had a quick question for Ben. The video that we played from Mike Johnson, when was that from? Was that from when the House, they voted down the anti-corruption bill where they can't do the insider stock trading, or was that actually from this pardon like today or this week?
No, that was from a couple weeks ago. It was not connected to the pardon in any
Got
way.
it. Okay.
And
So
we got the
now that
powdered Dustian back. Somebody get him up.
Now that you got your cheap shots in, Balderson, are you going to engage with the question as it was asked, or are you going to say dumb shit because somebody says, "Oh, if committing murder is wrong, but they have always done it. We know why murder is wrong." We're arguing.
You asked what was wrong with corruption. I answered
we asked arbitrary, and I also put some prefaces to it. You know, as long as the job gets done, as long as the American people benefit, what is the issue with it?
The job has gotten done absolutely horrifyingly. The infrastructure is completely shot. We see contractors that should never have gotten the job get the job because of kickbacks and shit like that. Our military has the shittiest equipment. Fucking there's even fucking whole giant lawsuits. Like they made a movie on it called War Dogs, even where they fucking had entire buildings full of ammunition that wouldn't even fire. And this is what comes out of what you're talking about. This is corruption at its finest.
Corruption. Yeah. So the idea that corruption is good, in my mind, my opinion, is no, it's not.
There's always going to be a level of corruption. You can punish people for, making ammunition that doesn't work.
Well, let me ask you this.
You can punish people for not, doing the job. That's why I asked. If the job is done and it is done at an acceptable rate, and it is benefit, and the American people are benefiting, what is the problem? That's why I asked specifically. That's why I'm fighting it back against
that. So the accept point. Well, my
broad.
OG, no, hold on, because you're saying acceptable rate. What I'm telling you is the corruption part is not acceptable. The rate of
you're always going to have the corruption part. That's the problem.
Is not going to include corrupt.
No, you can counter my question. You can counter my question with another question. Say what rate or when does corruption become a problem?
Yeah, so
when they make faulty ammunition. It's when they make faulty ammunition.
If you tell me that you're going to take $80 out for my phone bill. Okay, but instead of taking $80 out, you take $100 out, then I'm going to have a problem with that. And you're going to say, well, you got your service.
That's not fulfilling the contract, Clay. If the contract says $80,
that's exactly. So the corruption would be taking the $100.
No, literally, no. That's not the corruption in this case. The corruption
would be taking an extra $20.
No, that would be theft.
That's corruption. That's exactly what. Yeah, theft is corruption.
I mean, there's nuance to it, right?
Literally.
Theft is actually just crime. Corruption typically navigates in deceitful ways within. Yeah. Right. It's like corruption is me having a public bid for a contract, but no, I'm going to give it to Nova because she's got the best tits on the panel. Right?
Thank you.
And what's wrong with that? As long as she fulfills that contract and it's done to an acceptable level. What's wrong with that?
But the problem is that Nova.
But that was the question. But that was the question.
The problem is Nova wasn't given it because she does the job well. She was given it because she has nice tits. So
correct.
That's where the problem comes in, and this is why we have subpar work in the. I'm not saying you're incapable, Nova.
I know. Like Kamala Harris.
This is why we see subpar work in the United States, where we see roads that a month later are shot and need to be redone, even though they were just redone.
The reason we see subpar work
the money was given to subpar contractors for other reasons besides their contracting ability.
I need a guy who
contractors also cut corners. It's not necessarily giving money because she has tits.
OG, it's simple. It's a conflict of interest when you have an individual on behalf of the government using the government's resources for a personal agenda. That's a conflict of interest. It might work out sometimes, but it's definitely a worse approach to getting anything done.
Yeah, I need a guy who can operate the excavator, not a guy who has big tits.
Yeah, we want less.
Although you're probably going to get
both. What if he's good at fellatio?
I mean, he's not going to be a big guy that has big tits.
Made Kevin's mouth open on that one.
Nova?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm a bad girl sometimes.
So a prime example that I have, the South Dakota prison, the warden took the prison money that should have went to benefit the inmates or even upgrade the prison for make it better, more useful, more secure. Instead, he took the money and he invested it all in Olympic weight sets, top of the fucking line. Got bought from the store that he part owns that sells Olympic weight sets. And so that prison has the best Olympic weight set you've ever seen, just rows of them. Also, he part owns a fencing company. And so there's rolls and rolls of fence stacked out in a field that were bought from his fencing company that the prison doesn't even use. This is, again, corruption at its finest. All the things that money could have been put toward either improving security and improving whatever it is are now instead just lining that fucking guy's pockets. That's what corruption does. It doesn't make things better.
I mean, I think it's a solid case for corruption bad.
Corruption's obviously bad. OG just gets edgy sometimes.
No, it's obviously bad, but it's always going to exist.
Well,
Nowhere in that did I say that it was bad. I asked.
You did start out. Your premise started out. Racism isn't bad, and either is corruption. That's literally where your premise
said, what's
started.
Wrong with it?
But before you go on, though, Mick is going to bail out on the panel. Let's let him get his final thoughts quick, and then back to OG.
I'm not sure how I feel about you saying bailing out. It sounds like I'm running now. No,
I did not mean, he is rage quitting.
I just got here and he's running away.
Running with his tail tucked.
Dusty showed up. Mick sent a message, said, I got to go.
So, two quick points. Clay, I think a better analogy would be you pay your cell phone, you pay $20 a month for your cell phone, whatever it is. But then the actual cost to keep that cell phone running went up $5. But the provider told you it went up $50. Boom, he's pocketing that money. That's corruption. I think that might have been a better argument, Clay, but I understand what your point was. Now, my point is, let's say you got 10 people in office, right? One of those motherfuckers are corrupt. The other 9 people see, oh man, he's doing some corrupt shit. He's getting banked. Nobody's really getting hurt. Now those 9 other motherfuckers are corrupt. So you got 10 people in office that are corrupt as fuck. Corrupt is bad. Corruption is bad. Argue that point, OG.
Thing is bad because it's bad. There you go. Argued your point.
Yeah. Well, look. Here's the thing. So at some point, you got to have like.
I'm out. Boulder, spin, Clay.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Kraut.
Good to see you, bro.
Great having you.
Bye.
Later,
at some point, there's got to be a base, right? In mathematics, it's called an axiom. This is we define it as this. This is what is bad. This is the bottom line. This is the baseline. This definitely is bad. We're going to have to define what that is. And we have words for that. So like murder, theft, these words indicate bad.
You're just breaking it down too far. Like,
yeah, no. Well, but it's corruption. Yeah. Corruption is morally, principally, whatever. Those things that's what we call corruption, and we hope to.
No, if you don't have anything to say,
law. Sorry, go ahead.
If you don't have anything to say, you don't need to keep saying words.
And
you just said you just said we have words for corruption and it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, my bad.
That's John Madden paneling right there.
I mean, it wasn't the actual topic, but this is where we get to.
I guess I just assumed we were already made it to that point before the conversation started.
Yeah.
So words and
so
since you're here,
I'd like to ask.
And no, it was not a private prison, Fourth Wiseman. That was South Dakota only has state prisons. When everybody goes on about all the corruption in private prisons, state prisons, even worse, including the state gets funding from the Fed. So they purposely keep you find the recidivism in the state prisons is actually just as insane as any private prison.
So I've
been hearing.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask Dusty his opinion on the Trump pardon thing because I know he just got up here. So.
Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. Dusty just got
What
here.
Trump pardon thing? I'm not familiar with it.
So the impetus for this whole talk was that Trump pardoned Republican that had gotten sentenced for insider trading, and that he had tried to get that appealed and everything. And upon appeals, the judges said, nope, looks good. Didn't even leave a comment. There was zero dissensions, and Trump pardoned him. He'd gotten busted for $350,000 insider trading during the Sprint T-Mobile merger and another merger.
I think that insider trading is like abysmally poorly enforced. So when I see somebody, especially a politician, get hemmed up for insider trading, I assume that it's a personal or political hit and they piss somebody off, and it really has nothing to do with actual enforcement of that law. That's just being used as a tool for personal grudge. So then when I see Trump just basically saying, pardon this dude because he's one of us, I see the same thing happening on the other side. In both cases, the law is just being used as a tool for the people using it. So I guess I'm not really too wrapped up in it either way, because I just think that these are kind of the tools of power, and it's not a well-enforced law at all. So I don't think that we really have I'm not convinced that that's a criminal in there any more than it's maybe a political opponent of somebody. And his political people are coming back to get him. I don't know. It's gang warfare. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's selective.
If you're going to join a gang, yeah.
That's it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll argue it.
Also added in there, Dusty, I forgot to mention that we played the video of Mike Johnson coming out and stating that politicians can't live off the $170,000 a year that they're paid, that they need to be able to. He even went on, it was hilarious because then he goes on about inflation. Our $170,000 is actually worth 30% less than it used to be. It's funny how they understand that when it's them, but that they need to be able to engage in trading, because they can't afford to live off the $170,000 that they're allotted.
I actually agree with that take as you presented it, and I think that because look, depending on where you live, 170,000 and how big your family is, and like that's just not a lot of money. Especially for how much traveling and shit these people have to do. I don't know if that's covered or not. But anyways, I think that if they had more than just like a middle class income, the power to income ratio is off here. They've got a whole lot of power, but not a lot of formal income. That's a recipe for corruption of breed right there. I feel I feel a similar way about cops. I think that cops are underpaid, undertrained. We got too many of them, and we expect too little out of them.
Are we talking about members of Congress here, or are we talking about all the politicians?
We're talking about aliens, man. What the fuck?
No. I'm serious. Because I have a thought. These people who represent the individuals, they go to Washington, D.C., and they go off and live under the Granite Dome. Am I correct? Why not just have them stay in the towns they represent and save the money? And like, they actually have to be accessible to the people they represent, and they can go and get on Zoom. If they need to go have a meeting, they can get on Zoom, much like we're doing right here. They don't even need to leave their office. They can have just the kind of job
if they
where you just go to the office.
If they're always in the state where they reside, then they can't be in DC, and then APAC can't lobby them.
Well, their job is to represent. Their job is to represent the people at DC, not sit at home and field complaints. So,
well, I don't vote for them to go have a luscious life. I want them serving me because that's why I voted for them. That's their job.
I don't know if you're sure what their job is to go to DC to serve you in federal function. You know what, Spin?
They can do that from the state. They can do that from the state.
But Kevin, if they're all on Zoom, how are they supposed to backdoor deal? How are they supposed to attend their orgies? How are they supposed to do these things? I mean, come on.
The same way I do.
Yeah, you can definitely do all those.
You
You
call
can
an
do all
Uber.
those things over the absolutely.
Over Zoom.
I mean, they do them in the chambers.
Why
too.
would I want them? Why would I want the representatives going to orgies? Why would I want to even facilitate that? What
So
kind of
if this
question?
makes
I mean,
a
my
difference,
God.
if this makes a difference, I looked it up. The average U.S. senator works 144 days to 165 days in the Senate.
They can stay home in the state
Yeah,
for
in the
144
Senate, I
days.
guarantee. And if you look at me, I probably work what 18 hours a week on stream, right? But there's a lot more shit that goes on than just being in the Senate floor, right? So I don't know.
Well, and then on top of that, these again, they're serving. Like if they didn't want to serve, they didn't have to. There's plenty of.
Why do you Sov sits get so stuck on some certain
Not a
word?
Sov sit. What are you talking?
I know that's what all the Sov sits say.
What are you talking about, Sov sit? How is this Sov sit?
You're serving. I'm a traveler, right? Am I right?
I didn't say anything about.
He's saying sovereign.
It's not a commercial activity.
Sovereign citizen, Sov sit. That's what he's
I mean,
saying.
if I know the law well enough to know that they serve us,
You don't know the law well enough, Clay. You interpret the law.
okay. If I don't know the law, then you tell me what the law is. Do they serve us or do we serve them?
It's a little bit of column
You're
A,
just
a little bit of
putting
column B.
so much. You're putting so much weight and emphasis on that phrase.
I mean, it's a pretty weighty phrase. Do
I
they
know
sign
you
an
think it
oath?
is. But there's so much to government.
Well, let me ask
at
you
all levels besides
about
just
your
the phrase
bootlicking techniques.
public servant.
Let me ask you about the bootlicking techniques. Okay, so
Go ahead and ask me.
how do you like your boot?
My pronouns
No.
motherfucker, are fuck and you.
Sir, I am the least boot lickingest motherfucker here. I just am intelligent enough to understand where to swing a knife at a tendon in an ankle,
let me ask
and
you,
where not to, and running around yelling at people saying that they're servants. Don't they know they're servants? It don't do shit for anybody except for make you feel good, make everyone else think you're dumb.
Was that your pronoun or was that last name first name? You fuck.
So if I have to follow the law, right, and you have to follow the law, and OG has to follow the law, why don't these guys have to follow the law?
Whoa. Has to follow the law does not compute. Whoa.
They are the law.
Everybody has to follow the law in the same capacity, which means you got to try to not get caught breaking the law.
11th
That's
commandment.
the
I get
key.
that.
Exactly,
Legal till you get caught, baby.
exactly.
But if they get caught, that's a totally different story, right? So essentially,
There you go.
right? Like, here's the thing. Okay, I've heard this is where I don't actually agree with First Amendment auditors. A lot of them come up to the servants and they say, "Is that policy or is that law?" Well, here's the thing: the policy is law. It just happens to be law that those servants have to follow. That's the law that they operate under. Now, if they're not going to operate under the policy, then they can get the fuck out of my office. That's the way I feel about it. And that's the truth of how it works, right? If they break policy, there's disciplinary action where they could either get fired, lose pay, lose time at work. This is how the job works. And if they don't like it, I'm sorry, that's the law. It's the legislation.
I mean, nobody's suggesting that anybody working in government should be able to break the law. I don't think. Are they? Maybe OG a little bit.
Can you actually play the video, Ben? Or Spin? Can you play the video?
Give me 1 second.
Hurry the fuck up, Spin.
Damn!
Spin. It's supposed to be fast, bro.
We want it snappy.
We know you were already sitting there.
All right, I don't hate
Those
you.
never
anymore,
get old.
Notice that I like you again. I'm still getting you a powdered wig because all you motherfuckers are servants to King George except for me, Dusty, and the gay guy. I can't remember your name. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
And me.
Personal
Screw that.
Oh, you're a woman. You're automatically subservient. So.
Oh, you think?
Wait a minute.
So.
Wait just a minute before we even get. Are you saying that the gay guy is subservient?
Yeah, that's what he said to you. You better swing at
said,
him.
No, he said that he's not.
No.
He actually included him in
not.
the list of people that are not.
Gay guy, whether or not gay guys are
Oh.
subservient is like a 50-50 toss-up, right? Because
That's up to them. They get to
Tommy
choose.
one's a mommy.
Don't ever do that.
You guys ready for the video? Because
yeah, let's go.
Yes.
That's
Oh
not
shit!
it.
Oh shit!
There goes all the
Pretty good video.
all the secrets.
The salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. You know, when you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year, and over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them like engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, take care of their family.
Can I have my stapler back, please?
I don't think that. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with
My pocket
them
protector.
engaging in trading.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a point. If we want to be able to expect more from people who are the public servants, then we have to treat them a little bit better than we do.
I'm sorry,
and we have to
treated so poorly.
and we have to have. Well, I mean,
Oh my
look,
gosh.
if you didn't, would you take a job where you hadn't had a raise since 2009 with this inflation?
I was making
think
$175,000 a year. I don't think the raise would fucking matter.
Okay,
bro.
so you
Yes.
hold on.
It actually.
Clay is a poor person, and he cannot think outside his poor person box. Is anybody here able to think about what it might be like to not be poor?
I know what it's like to sleep with
Do you know how
fucking
much-
politicians.
Do you know how much
How's
it costs
that?
to live in DC?
Do you know how much it costs to throw these
Kevin,
orgy parties?
I have an idea, Kevin. It involves
Yeah, and all that
blackmail
coke and math. Hell
and
yeah.
money.
What's up?
I have an idea.
Math.
It involves blackmail and money. All right. Just
Do we have a
any
shortage of-
politician you don't like, just
Do we have a
send
shortage
me all
of
the
politicians?
deeds and I'll split it 50 with you 50-50.
I want to test his accuracy. Like one of the first things he says is that people aren't going to be willing to run for Congress. Do we have a shortage of politicians right now?
No,
I didn't think
we
so.
do not.
Like 300 people ran for
Off-rip.
California governor this year, even though he cried about his pay.
That's a lot.
I mean, they're spending more money to try to get elected than they are actually going to make in the office. You understand
but
why they're doing that, right?
It's about the power of the position. If you
Mhm.
want decent people to try to get elected, one, do election reform and spending reform on elections, and two, pay them more. And then decent people will see it as an option and then try to
Given how
not
corrupt
supposed to
politicians
be.
are,
It's not.
Come on. That's your best
I would-
shot.
It's not
I would
supposed to
not-
be something that if we look at the founding days, most of those guys, even though they were almost being forced into the positions, they didn't even ask for them. Like, no, I don't really want to do that. Like they aren't supposed to be
they were
enriched.
independently
This is part of why
wealthy,
this-
protecting
but
their
the fact that
economics.
the fact that they're getting enriched is part of why we have lifelong congressmen, because
I'll tell you
they're
what.
getting rich as fuck off of it.
I'll tell you
Well,
what,
it's because
guys.
we have
I'm
a
going
Byzantine bureaucrat system. Is
I'm-
why we have lifelong politicians.
I'm going to announce my
Our education
candidacy
is different than it
for
was back then.
presidency. And on this note, what I'm going to be running on is higher salaries for presidents from here going forward. It's going to be $5 million a year salary for presidents from here forward. So that's my run for presidency right now. I know I've got OG and Powder Dusty's vote because they want me to make more money.
Yeah,
clearly.
but see, here's the thing. I also have a rifle sight on you if you don't do what I want.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Ooh,
I
that's
am
a
also
threat.
advocating for less money for you so that you can't buy.
Well, guess what? Guess what happens then when you start advocating for that shit?
Well, here's the thing. The only thing that matters is corruption is in my court. Okay.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. Your corruption doesn't benefit me and the people, so you got to go.
But more money for me, so I win.
Here's the issue. I just looked at the average. I do using modest numbers, right? The low side of average. A single family 3-bedroom home in DC area is as well as, and I just used kind of generic Kansas where I'm at, which is a pretty cheap state. I did $2,000 a month for rent here and $4,400 a month in DC. You're looking at $77,000 a year just in rent to maintain the two homes if you rent them both, right? So anybody who thinks that, well, they're making almost $200,000 a year and they have for the past 17 years and they got to do all these things and you're not taking any inflation into account because they make an extra digit from what you've ever seen in your fucking life. Y'all are entitled.
Well, anybody with brains that works in DC lives in Maryland or Virginia and takes Metro in. Nobody's living in DC. It's insane. You're living in a ghetto or insanely expensive.
Okay, how much do you think it costs to live in the area and take the Metro? Stop. Why are you nitpicking something?
How much does it cost to live in the area, take the Metro, and then maintain your family and home?
Yeah, I just looked up average rent. If you don't like $4,400 a month, then tell me what you would like to move it to, and we'll see if it dramatically changes the point I'm making.
I'd have to look it up.
And why?
I don't know how you would consider. I don't know how you would consider the people that have never made 6 figures to be entitled. That seems very odd.
Because you are demanding things from people that you don't understand without being willing to even consider giving them the resources necessary to actually achieve it properly because you can't fathom getting that much.
Would they even know what to do with the resources?
Do you not imagine that the average person also spends the majority of their money on rent and such?
Of course.
All about compensation.
Right. Yeah, but the average person don't have the ability to be corrupt.
Why does
the average person doesn't have the opportunity or ability to act corrupt?
Why is the cost of rent that high in those areas?
Oh my fucking God. I don't. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
The economist doesn't know. Aren't you an economist?
Wait, no, I don't know what that has to do with the point that we're talking about. Why are we assessing real estate costs right now?
Don't freak out.
Why is this relevant to the conversation? Do you think that they should move the capital to a place with cheaper rent?
If I can tell you why it's relevant to the conversation, but don't.
Well, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
If the people are willing to pay X amount for a product, I, as the guy who renders the product or service, am certainly going to charge you X amount for sure. So the reason that the housing market is so fucking high is because people in DC are making so much fucking money.
You're actually dumb, Clay.
No, you're actually dumb. Bro,
okay.
It's supply and demand.
So you're saying that the taxpayer is spending so much money on these politicians' salaries that it just blows up the real estate prices in the whole area.
Virginia and Maryland, yes.
Okay. Yeah, yes. And what about New York? What about New York? What about Miami? What about
same deal? Same deal.
Every major city is full of fucking politicians, Clay. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Everything on Route 1 is extremely expensive. This has just been a factor of reality forever since Route 1
existed. I can't help you because I could explain something to you, but I can't understand it for you. Anything. So we're going to be stuck.
You didn't explain anything. I asked you a question you couldn't answer. That's what just happened.
I didn't tell you the answer you want because the answer you want is incredibly simple-minded and wrong. Wrong.
Give an answer at all.
Because the question was dumb. The question is so bad in context that I didn't even have any idea what to do with it. And properly so. It's a dumb question that didn't illustrate shit. The only thing that you demonstrated is that you don't fucking understand economics at all.
Okay.
Every major metro city in the country.
So why is the house market so high?
Has high rents.
So why? Specifically,
you're saying it's high. You're saying it's high compared to what?
Why is it high? I'm asking you, the economist.
I mean, I don't believe that it's high. I'm asking you to establish that it's high. You're saying it's high, and I'm saying that you're just poor. You're poor, Clay. It's not high. Comparatively, it's reasonable. It is a reasonable price. No,
you just
because
can't. You're
asking me a question. You're saying
is the
why
rent higher in these bigger cities than it is
let me
out
answer
in the
it.
country?
Because there's more competition for it. There's more demand.
High in demand. Oh,
Right.
wow. Right. So now, because there's actually places to live in the city, okay?
Yes.
Why is one area of the city higher price than another area of the city?
You're going to have to be more specific than that, but generically, newer parts of cities are nicer and have more modern construction. I mean, every city is different. Some of them have closer access to water. Some of them closer access to shopping areas. Some of them have better school districts. Why are you asking such basic bitch generic questions?
Because you don't seem to understand basic economics.
I do. In fact, I understand that they're complex enough that your questions don't really even work.
What?
You asked me why some parts of cities are more expensive than others, as if there's ever a fucking uniform answer. There's all sorts of things that go into the price of real estate anywhere. The way that you phrase the question demonstrates that you don't understand what you're even asking.
Why is it more expensive to live in New York City than it is to live in Maine?
Because there are more people crammed into its supply and demand.
Okay, very good. Very good. So that's business. A lot of business, okay? And in DC, there happens to be a lot of business because there's a lot of money. That's the money manufacturing capital of the fucking country.
What?
This is the basic economics of it. If I find out where all the money's made,
I promise I
I'm
understand.
gonna charge you a lot more money.
You know I understand economics better than you. I don't know why you're trying to come up this challenge me on this avenue.
Because you're pretending like those politicians need more money because of the fact that they have to live in DC, but that's exactly where the money is made. So the price of the cost of living should be similar in that area to other areas, but the only reason that it's not is because it's the politicians living there.
No.
So they need more money because they're politicians. That's your
Clay,
base argument.
you're wrong about your assessment on real estate prices. DC is not high compared to other major urban areas. It's normal.
Oh my God, bro.
I don't know why anyone.
You just gave a base cost for it, and what was it, 77,000 or something?
It was $4,400 a month for the average 3-bedroom house.
Okay, now is that low?
If you're comparing it to New York, yes.
Well, if you're comparing it to Kansas as you did, because guess what? New York's not the only place in the country.
Okay. Right, and so that's good. So both New York has higher real estate prices and less government there, and Kansas has lower real estate prices and less government there. Both places have less government than DC, although the prices are on different sides of DC's. That's a good reason to think that the presence of government workers is not the main factor in real estate prices.
Would you say
Dusty, let me ask you. Hold on, Clay. Hold on, Clay, for just 1 second. Just 1 second. Dusty, did you mean to say less government in New York City, or was it in New York? I just need to clarify.
I didn't make the distinction.
No, you didn't. I mean, I wasn't trying to be an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting like persnickety on that point, like I want.
No, not at all, Dusty. No, I just wanted to clarify because typically,
good word.
Typically, in major cities, I would think, or one ought to think, that there would be more government more of the populous areas. That's the only thing I'm clarifying.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, major cities will have more government for sure, like the branches of the Fed. You know, they've got them in big cities. But New York, compared to, there's no city in the country that has a higher density of government employment than DC.
And I agree with that. Right? Now,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that as well.
New York City will have higher rates of living, right? Higher cost of living, higher rent, higher all that than Topeka, Kansas, correct?
Yes, Clay.
Okay. So now we've established that some places are higher than others. Now, if we're talking about DC,
hold on. But you recognize that both New York and Topeka have a lower concentration of government employees.
Yeah,
and thus less government workers competing for housing in that market.
Yes.
So if government employment is what drove up real estate prices, we would expect them both to be lower than DC's, but that's not what we see.
Right. And so then you have to ask the question, why is DC area so high? And the answer to that is because it's government employees there making money hand over fist.
But this is
reality. DC's lower than New York. New York is at number 5.
DC is lower than New York.
At 11. You're muted, Clay.
God blessed us, and you just snitched on him.
Damn it! You're right. Fucked up. He hasn't figured it out.
Well, he didn't notice. So
you're comparing it to New York, sure. But I'm comparing it to, say, Topeka. We'll even compare it to another government town, Tallahassee.
Okay,
Tallahassee has a massive amount of government workers. You'd be surprised at how many people work actually for the government in Tallahassee.
Clay.
But the cost of living is way lower in Tallahassee than DC. Why is
Clay,
that?
do you think there might be other factors than just the concentration of government workers that affect prices?
No problem with that. No problem with that. But the reality is the surrounding areas of DC are only high because government money. It's just,
I can't stand your ass.
Complicated?
I can't fucking stand you, Clay.
How is this complicated? Bro, there's no other money than government money in DC. Can we agree to that?
No.
This is why I said I shouldn't even be wasting brain cells on this shit. I'm certainly not paying money for it. God damn it, Clay, you're going to give me a stroke.
I would definitely say there's substantial government money, but I would say the bigger money in DC is coming out of the lobbyists and shit like that, the big business that's using their wealth to try and control the government.
Yeah. And we had that discussion the other day about lobbying, how that works and all that. Yes, I would agree with that. But that part right there, that portion right there, yeah, there's a lot of money being spent in DC, but it's not being spent there so that people can live there. Right, we're talking about
the lobbyists are definitely staying in the classiest places. You know that.
Clay, how did you develop your understanding of economics?
Money, but that money is spent by who? Your politician, your House of Congress member, your senator, your all of those government workers. Who's it being spent? When we're talking about
every single person spends money.
Money, right? So
the answer is everybody. Everybody on Earth spends money.
And how many people spend money in DC? Is it everybody on Earth?
All of them. However many people live in DC, that's how many spend money.
And how many live in DC that are politicians?
I don't fucking know.
Well, obviously,
Clay, everybody spends money. Spending money is not something exclusive to politicians.
I understand that. However, to pretend like they're not, those politicians aren't spending money.
DC is also a center of business and an actual city, so there are different classes of people than politicians also spending money in DC. Clay.
No, I get that. But to pretend like that the politicians aren't spending money in DC.
Who the fuck said that?
That area is just asinine.
Clay, whoever said that?
You're pretending
Oh,
You've been pretending like that's not happening here. That's got nothing to do with the housing market.
Okay, I'm tapping out for like a minute. Somebody else.
The housing market in
crazy.
DC.
Right,
The housing market in DC has to do with space and availability.
Would you guys like a? Would you guys like?
I'd argue on a whole other point too that the
Which is supply and demand, which causes
completely
prices
shot
to go
up
up.
from COVID, and they still have not really truly come back down. Like
There's
just
also-
it's like the same thing with groceries. Like COVID jacked up all that shit, and then everything leveled out. But then they were like, "Oh, they're used to paying those prices, so we can still charge them."
There are also very strict building restrictions in DC.
And
go ahead, Steve.
when we turned off the world economy for 2 or 3 years, the only way to manage that is inflation, and inflation hits everybody, consumers and businesses alike, and that's why prices are higher. I know the politicians like to point at corporate greed, but
look at Pepsi and Coke, for example. Like they're 100% taking advantage of that fact. There's no reason why they charge what they charge for that, and it's a cartel.
Okay,
where
so
someone's
I'm
going to
interject here.
Someone's going to sell their shit cheaper. Nope, they don't. They don't sell to that.
Yeah, their manufacturers are allowed to have price to put price floors on their distributors. That's perfectly reasonable. I don't
like me to read what I found.
I mean, $10 for a 12-pack of pop is fucking crazy. That's
well,
just
then don't buy
insanity.
one.
Obviously, but I'm just saying, like,
I'm drinking Pepsi right now. It's delicious. Hold on.
I'm also drinking Pepsi, a cold one, even. Just steam
Okay,
it.
so I wanna ask Dusty.
Is it the one from Mexico? Those are the best.
No, those are Cokes. I do buy Mexican Cokes, but I'm all out of them right now. I got Pepsis.
I used to get Mexican.
They are
Pepsis.
good.
They're really good. They have a nice little peppery finish.
Now those are a little expensive, but
They
you know
are.
what? You get the glass bottle and it's got actual
Yeah.
sugar, so
Mhm.
I'm okay with
Better.
it.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Spin.
Isn't it interesting? It's not just the sugar that they actually still use the glass bottle, so you're not getting the plastic mixed in with your pop.
Yeah, I feel like I'm doing something healthy for myself when I buy Mexican Coke. It's crazy.
So Dusty, I did a cursory search, right? A 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in Washington, D.C. The average price is about $250,000 to $350,000.
Okay.
And I'm just pulling up the information on KC. Would you say, just on average, a run-of-the-mill 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000-square-foot home, should it cost $250,000 to $350,000?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
So, I guess like I feel like there needs to be like a comparison in that question or something, right? Like it's just in a vacuum.
Well, I'm not trying to put it into a vacuum. The same materials that are used to build that home. Okay, right? 2x4s, 2x6s, granite countertops, whatever. Does that constitute a price at the high end of $350,000?
Yes, I think it does. And that's why I mean, prices are set by the free market. So
sure,
the prices that they're able to charge in a free market is actually what they should be.
Okay. So if you were to take that same 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000-square-foot home and build it brand new, would you say it is still worth $250,000 to $350,000?
I would say that it's probably worth more. If you've got the same house, it's just not as old.
Correct.
Yeah, then it'd be worth more.
Okay. So you would agree then the speculators are making predictions to what housing prices should be or ought to be.
Well, yeah, just like any business, you you look for an opportunity where you think you can get more money out of it than you put into it, of course.
Right. I mean, that's good business sense, right?
Right.
So in Western Pennsylvania, from where I am from, I bought a home that I paid $85,000 for. When I sold that home, same home, it was only 26 or 27 years old. I sold that home at fair market value at $275,000.
Right.
Same property, same house, same material.
Yeah.
Why would one think that a value is 400% more?
The value of the house isn't more. The value of the currency is less.
Right. I apologize. I meant the currency. I apologize. Yes.
Right.
So
yeah. No, yeah.
Would that be a capitalist attitude? Am I capitalizing on my investment?
If you're, I don't know what you're really asking. Like, is it capitalist?
Okay, when I bought the house for $85,000, that the house was 20 or to 25 years old, and I sold it.
I mean, you're engaging in capitalism technically.
More.
Yeah.
Would I be capitalizing on my initial investment?
Yes.
Okay. So now that we've established that, so a house, put that house in Kansas City in today's market. And this is a cursory search, and but the same house, same dimensions is worth less in Kansas City than it is in Western Pennsylvania.
Right.
Why would that be? Or why would you say economically it's better?
Like I told Clay, there's a massive variety of things that go into that, but some of the easy ones are the how pleasant is the environment, right? Are you on a beach or something like that? How close is it to major economic centers, right? Are there lots of employees that need to live in the area? How good is the school district is a big one. I'm living in we're in the richest county in the KC area right now for the schools, right?
Sure.
I mean, you're asking the question you're asking is too basic for me to give an accurate answer, but there's lots of reasons.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to say what it comes down to is area, and the economics of the area, why prices are what they are. Now, one could also say, if you live in the middle of fucking Siberia, like where Ben lives, would you say a home is worth $350,000 minus, and I'm excluding land value?
No, if you're out in the tundra, you don't have access to things as easily.
Sure. So now Ben and I have talked about this.
I had to exclude my land value, you dick.
I had to, because a house is what I'm alluding to is
you can exclude
the building.
The land
You
value,
cannot.
though.
It does not take $385,000 to build a home unless it is the most highest end that you can get. I mean, marble everything everywhere, right?
Not in just materials, but materials is not even the most expensive input into basically anything
It's
ever.
labor.
Yep.
Well, I was not
discount
including
the cost of land either, because that goes into the total price of the house. The land, the labor, the materials. That's how you get the price of things. Come on, guys. We'll make it easy for us.
I would agree.
The question here is you're right, supply and demand, and what the market will sustain.
Yeah.
Now, here in Florida, I'm going to bring Florida into this. Back in the late 2009, 2010, we had a real estate bust here. There was too much supply, or excuse me, there was too much demand and not enough supply. The houses weren't getting built fast enough for the economy here to withstand. And when they were built, buyers went elsewhere. So it made it to the point where if you had a job and a checking account, regardless of credit history or situation, you would get a house.
Okay.
And then the bubble burst. And and now they still have to pay for the house.
Yeah.
So the next person comes in has to satisfy the bank, which the bank is not going to take a loss.
Well, yeah, I mean, the next person that comes, the person who bought at peak before it lost their value is stuck.
Absolutely. That's a very true statement. Yes.
So
absolutely.
Right. I mean, I agree with your description of the world, or how real estate markets move. I guess I don't know why where are we going?
Well, where we're going with is Clay had said something that kind of sparked this conversation. The economic value of anything is derived from supply and demand.
That's true. Yep, that is very true.
But that's only a part of it. It's also the material.
I understand there's many.
The costs.
I recognize that there are many fashions of it, or other parts to it.
There are many reasons for it. No, hold on. All of the reasons for it are the supply and demand. Everything is only supply and demand. There are just lots of different reasons, right?
Absolutely. I would agree with that.
Yes. Depending on what the demand is, your supply will come into effect for that. So let's say that it happens to be
hold on. Ben, had you taken the course on that thought?
Yes, I took the course, and yes, and thank you, Dusty. I appreciate you answering and talking in parallel, basically.
Well, I mean, talking about supply and demand, it's like that gentleman who's not here now. I wish he was. When he was brought up immigration late, and one of the biggest talking points is labor supply and demand. Bringing in 1 million legal immigrants a year is going to make labor much more in supply and going to stagnate your wages and have issues with getting raises.
Yeah.
I mean, American workers don't want the jobs that we're exporting or that we're importing people for. They don't. We have too many social safety nets and protections. We don't need to work for $7 in a factory snapping together iPhones.
I've never seen a factory pay anybody $7, Dusty.
I mean, no, I didn't mean it literally, but you understand the point I'm illustrating, right? Yeah. I can walk into any retail, any gas station, any Dollar General, anything around me. All of them have constantly have up help wanted signs.
Yeah, but
he doesn't want to be a Mexican out in a field picking lettuce for $7 an hour under the blistering sun. No white.
In Florida, it's not an hourly wage in Florida, and I know Clay can back me up on that. It is per piece or per bushel, or what's the other common one here, Clay?
By the bushel, by the pound, by the piece.
Yeah, by the pound. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, now you're talking. It guarantees how hard they have to work, because now it's based on their productivity. They don't just have to stand there like white.
They also get paid quite well for it as well. The myth that they don't get paid quite well. The only time that they don't get paid well is when they're purely illegal workforce.
They get paid. They do get paid well but they work hard. When I worked in concrete, if we got Mexicans, they were good workers. If we got white or black people, they were generally pretty lazy.
Absolutely agree.
Yep.
I could get behind that, Dusty. I could.
That's why we need to trim the safety social nets, not get rid of them, but trim them. You don't work, you don't eat.
Yeah, but OG, how much can we trim it?
Well, if we gotta cut it the fuck off, we gotta cut it the fuck off. People gotta work.
We could scrap your wheelchair.
Shut up, Dusty.
No, I mean, it's pretty. Look, we could trim the social safety net quite robustly, in my opinion. When I got out of jail in 2017 or so, right, I had to kind of restart, figure out different things. I actually accepted a job. I don't remember how much it was paying, something like $32 an hour or something, and this was in 2017, 2018. And then I did some math. After I got off the phone accepting the job, and I had to call the guy back and say, "Hey, man, I can't do this because I got a family and we qualify for a bunch of shit. But if I take this job, I'm going to lose out on more money for government qualifications that I'm going to gain by working for you." So I declined that job, and then I spent a few years working under the table places because
So in a lot of social norms, and I'm just going to piggyback on that a second.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of social norms, people think about the programs they already have more than being better than that program. And I don't mean that at any dig to anybody, meaning they have the food stamps, they have what is it, that the cash money allotment.
There's assistance for all sorts of things, energy assistance, housing assistance, it's endless.
Sure. And here's the thing. A lot of Americans are dependent on that food stamp or that assistance.
Correct.
Long live the actual hard-working American. That's where I'm going with that.
In my situation, I don't even qualify for my state benefits. Fuck them.
I don't either, OG. I don't either.
So y'all need to start knocking up women.
Carpenter Tom comes in with the big $10. Get ready. We will eventually be in a pay for results economy for everyone. No more free rides for the salaried lazy.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
And Admiral Gibbs comes in with the big five and says, I bet he had a lot of hands under the table, if you know what I mean. Hint, hint.
Well, speaking of that, in Spin's intro, which is excellent security, but there's one scene in there where Spin's holding both his hands up like this, but there's another hand on the desk that doesn't match. And I'm wondering where this is an odd numbers of hands, and they usually come in evens. And so where is that fourth hand?
I mean, hold on. Well, that's a good question.
Spin ate it.
I do have a solution to all of this. We just simply pay our politicians more money, and we can just pay them to get us out of this mess where we don't have enough money.
Are you being sarcastic? You're being sarcastic.
Clay, if there's ever a revolution, I'm just gonna tie you up and fucking gag you and be like, all right, look, we can't let this guy anywhere near.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. If there's a revolution, OG, you know what we got to do first.
Yes. Clay, look, you're laughing, but we're not joking.
I put a couple of articles back there for you, Dusty, so that you can understand why it is that DC is actually a high rate of cost of living.
You put one article.
You put one article, and I clicked it. Clay, have you clicked the link? You click the link you put back there and see where it takes you.
It says page not found.
Yeah, because he put them together like a retard, didn't space them, so it's trying to treat both of them as one URL.
God damn it, Clay. This is why I pick on you.
Rookie move. The Happy Hoover, what do you say about that?
So what? Okay. Oh, sorry. Clay, is there something? I just clicked the first article. Is there something that you would that you want me to notice here that you're pointing out specifically, or am I just supposed to read a whole damn article and try to guess what it is you want me to see here?
I guess you can't read as fast as I can. It's not that.
I can read almost as fast as you can. And
you chose this article to. What is it in this article that you specifically thought this is what he needs to know from this?
There's nothing you need to know. It proves your point. Actually,
I know it proves my fucking point. He's just trying to big dog me by going, here's some light reading for you to educate yourself on shit that I understand better than he does.
I can provide you the link. I can't read it for you.
Yeah,
bro,
we're gonna have to get,
we
might need to get him before the revolution.
I want to pee on his gag.
Look, all I'm saying is, Clay, that's literally like what you posted is the boomer equivalent of stop buying avocado toast. It does nothing. If you were a boomer, it would sound like good advice, but it does nothing.
You know, avocado toast is really fucking expensive.
Yeah, but when houses are $300,000, you enjoying some avocado toast isn't what's gonna keep you from buying a house.
Buy it because what my daughter wants, she fucking gets, and if she wants some avocado toast, we goddamn going to get avocado toast. You feel me?
The idea.
I happened to watch a clip of The Price is Right.
That law. I hate you. I love that song.
I watched a clip from The Price is Right from 1982, and they're like, "You could win this, a new car," and it was a Toyota truck for $2,700. I'm like, "What the fuck?" It is insane.
I just want you guys to know. I just want you guys to know. Clay is officially gay. One of the articles he's posted was the LGBT news source for Washington D.C.
Yeah. He's got that green triangle on his shirt too. Isn't that the trans symbol? The triangle?
That's a fucking PlayStation shirt, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sure it is, trans man.
Well, at least you changed your shirt from a medium shirt.
I am a play button. What can I say?
So how did that sound in your head before you said it? Did it sound cooler than what you said?
Bro,
Clay, even the homosexual,
you're not allowed to play with the joystick, okay?
Even the homosexual article.
Did that sound cooler?
Maybe. I mean, are you sitting here listening to me talking about my joystick? Are you really doing that?
I wasn't until now.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you. Read the article.
I just read both of them. I just read both of them, and Dusty's right.
What is going on?
I just read both of them.
You're pretending. Right. You're still pretending like that government workers or civil servants.
Both articles you posted literally made the argument that government workers don't make enough money to live in the cities they work in. The fuck are you talking about?
Imagine that. So now you've got government workers asking for more fucking money. I'm making
because inflation hurts everybody.
What the fuck, bro? Are you so dumb to not realize that when government workers don't make enough money, they take it from the taxpayers? This is not rocket science.
Are you too dumb to realize that when the politicians have to come with their begging bowl out,
where does the government
when they be like, please, sir, may I have some more?
Where does
you
the
not realize
government get their
means
money?
The people are also
Where does the government get their money?
From the people, from taxes.
Okay, if they get it from the people and they're not making enough to pay rent, are they going to ask for more money or make you pay more money?
They're going to ask for more money because of budgeting.
They're not going to ask. They're just going to fucking take it.
Clay, I'll read your
a fucking raise.
Clay, I'll read your articles, and if you will read the link that I posted backstage for you.
Chickens are coming home to roost, Bobby Boucher.
What is it about?
Foosball's the devil.
I mean, I could. I mean, you're gonna have to read it for yourself. You can read, can't you?
Well, apparently, he reads faster than all of us.
I mean, I mean, just read it, and you'll
provided you with actual articles. You're just being.
I only gave you one thing to read, Clay.
I could read that a lot quicker than you can. I can tell you that shit right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then read it. I've already read it. You read it, and then you'll know what you should
Finnegan's
know.
Wake. Finnegan's Wake. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're just being an asshole. You're not interested in actual topic.
It's good. It's good. It's good Irish writing. All right.
Yeah, I mean it's trash to essentially like sit here and
you're
to pretend
offended now.
you're talking
You're
about a topic
offended now.
and then
Clay's
shit
offended.
on the topic because you don't have an argument. You're just essentially at this point shitting on the topic itself.
Wait, no, you're mad because I did exactly what you did to me, and you don't like it.
No, I see what it is. I just don't have a use for it in this topic. How does this apply to the topic?
Hey,
that is exactly the question I asked you about the links that you dropped me.
And I
what
told
is it in
you
the
how.
Is this the whole book?
No, you didn't. You said read it.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
How?
You refused to even really scan them. I at least scanned it,
Hey,
and I
look,
realized what the
look.
fuck you put back there. And now I'm looking at you like
All I'm saying
why
is,
even
Dusty,
play
that's
the
a
game?
good read.
You're
Thank
just
you. That's the
playing a
whole
Yeah,
series.
if
I'm not playing the
Clay,
game with you.
if I wasn't over
Are you
Target,
interested
you
in
wouldn't be so
understanding
fussy.
why it is that housing is higher in DC than it should be?
Clay, I am interested in understanding that. However, I don't think that you're the source of that understanding for me.
Well, I don't know what source you can accept, because if you can't even accept the basics of economics,
If you can't accept
I guess
Clay
you need to
Brick,
go back to school, bro.
you know what? But I did go to school for economics, as a matter of fact. How about
Right.
you?
This is the sad part.
How about you?
This is
Did
the
you
sad
learn
part.
Did you learn economics the same way you learned about law? You did, didn't you?
The sad
Yeah.
part here. The sad part here is that you.
I know. I
actually
was
went
in
to school
jail
for
too.
this.
I know how it be in those libraries. Sometimes you get bored.
You actually went to school for this, and you don't understand
I
why it
haven't-
is that
no,
in
I
DC, the capital
Clay,
of the country,
I have an economics
housing
degree.
rates.
I have an economics degree. Yes. And I'm telling you, your understanding of economics is so rudimentary and so stupid.
What is my understanding?
That
What is
you
my
can't
understanding
formulate
of
a question.
economics?
You
What is my
can't even
understanding?
think of the question to ask.
No. What is my understanding of economics then?
You don't have one. What you have is hubris.
Still
Because you read
Still
one. You know you're familiar.
You don't
Look,
have one. You don't have a still.
what?
You have no.
I'm not
stillman
steelman because you don't have a fucking point.
I did make my point various times, and you just refuse to even consider it because you're being a retard.
I have responded to your point in so many ways, so many times, and you, for some reason, can't dislodge your brain from government money.
The idea that bro, where do you think money comes from? It just falls out of the sky.
Oh my god. Okay.
People.
Okay.
make
Okay.
it.
That's a
My basement.
issue
No
because
kidding.
Bro, the U.S. dollar,
economy,
the U.S. dollar.
the
Where was it
economy
made?
works because
who
we
was
are
the
a
person who made
sovereign
it?
nation that prints its own money.
Clay, how fucking arrogant do you have to be to sit here and argue with me when you just learned this is what my education was in, and that I've worked as a banker for 10 years, and you read fucking economic magazine while you're getting your hair cut.
We know you can count to 100. This is a wonderful feat of ingenuity.
Okay.
I appreciate that you made it this far in life. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. Just accept that I know what I'm talking about and follow whatever I say.
No.
Okay.
No.
So
what was my point? Still, man.
Actually, I got a question for you. What is the MTT? And how
I
does it
want to hear
function?
Dusty Stillman my point.
No, but no. Since you want to ask different questions, I want to
See,
ask you a
he can't.
question.
He can't, and that's the funny part about this.
What
He
is
has no
MTT and how does it
actually
function?
Understanding. Say what?
What's MTT and how does it function?
I don't know. You tell me.
You really don't know?
I don't know. Tell me.
MTT is a new modern fiscal argument that governance. Let me see if I can explain it correctly. Governance, like taxation, doesn't really. It's wealth creation that the government gets its money from. Taxes are more inflation control.
You're
So
talking about
wealthier
modern monetary theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did get the wrong number.
MT wouldn't be
MMT,
not MTT.
Yeah, my bad.
Clay, you wouldn't have fucking known it either way, so don't take advantage of that shit.
Okay. Why don't you tell
you had the idea right. You just had the acronym wrong.
Yeah, my bad. MMT. And the thing about it is, man, economics is such a nuanced thing that I don't typically like credentialism, and you're making me side with it. Like, if you're not autistic or you didn't go to school for it,
I like the idea of credentials.
Credentialism is destroying our country, brother.
I like the idea of you having to identify yourself to know who the fuck you are.
And I don't like doing the like I have a degree. You know, like I don't like being that guy because I don't like those guys either. But at some point, like you just have to acknowledge that objectively, I have some experience in this subject.
That's the sad part.
But Clay, that's why I asked you. Okay, Clay, how did you develop your understanding of economics?
Does it fucking matter?
Yes.
But it doesn't. You just said it.
Why won't you tell me?
Because it doesn't fucking matter. If I understand the way the fucking thing works, why the fuck do I need to explain to you how I learned it?
Because I'm trying to figure out if you got it from somewhere. Because what I'm seeing is
I'll tell you how I learned. So my mama taught me that on the right side is the gas pedal and on the left side is the brake, but you use your right foot for both.
Okay.
There you go.
Unless you're driving a standard, motherfucker. Don't be a bitch. Let's get it.
That's a clutch, sir.
Yeah, you use your left foot for the clutch.
You use your left foot for
the
clutch.
That's what I just said.
I'm gonna tell you why I asked that, because I'm trying to assess, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm trying to assess if you have some reason to have your beliefs, or if I'm just talking to stubborn white trash. And I'm just talking to stubborn white trash. That's all it is.
I just told you I went to MIT in Bangladesh.
Sure you did. MIT's not in Bangladesh, motherfucker.
So that's why you believe in credentialism, so you could use some fake credentials. Sir, I have engineering degree, sir.
Everything China. Everything.
Look, Clay, all I'm saying is, like, if you can explain it, you can demonstrate you have a grasp of the knowledge.
Since people want to fuck with me, his name is now Yum Yum Cakes the rest of the night.
You're the one putting things in a vacuum, Happy Hoover.
What happened to Susie?
Passion fruit. Let's go.
Yum Yum Cakes is the best you could come up with?
It was age appropriate. I could have put something a lot worse.
Either Yum Yum.
I don't know. I think that you should you should open another Laffy Taffy and see if you get something better.
Oh yeah. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll come up with something better.
No, this has been a lot of fun. I have appreciated the back and forth. I missed this.
Don't you love
you
on me
need
now?
to make up
I've
with the
just
lady. You need to make up with the lady. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. You guys need to drop your little fucking egos. Damn it.
You have the biggest ego of all of us.
I do.
You sit here and you argue passionately about things that you have no fucking clue how they work.
Possible. It's possible.
It's goddamn
there it is, Clay.
impossible.
There it is. There it is. He's the credentialed class of the panel.
I'm not wrong.
You're definitely wrong.
Okay, if I'm wrong, you still need to answer the question. Why is it that it happens to be in a place where there's no production, zero production, okay? Agriculture, manufacturing, none, zero, okay? None. The only thing that's being done right there is building houses.
I've identified a problem.
Really, there's very little of that.
I've identified. Hold on. I've identified a flaw.
No production in this place.
Okay.
Yet
Clay.
the housing market is insane.
Clay, hold on. I need to point something out that's critical. Economic production includes more than tangible things.
Oh, like I don't know, rules, laws, government.
Whatever service or that you're paying somebody to do, sure.
There you go. So we're paying people to live in a particular area for a little while.
Yes.
You know what? If you guys want me to talk to Clay anymore, somebody's better hit my Cash App. I ain't doing this shit for free anymore. It's going to give me a stroke.
Pay up. pay Dusty, pay the Angry American, pay Benjamin Balderson. This stream ain't for free.
Hurtful, Clay. Hurtful.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you got remonetized. You know you need to pay OG as well.
Clay, hey, you know what? I think though that I'm pretty content where I'm at, and I don't know. I mean, you seem to be carrying enough water over at Tomatoes for all of us. You're much better at being a good boy, doing what you're told, apologizing when you're yelled at, and just generally not having any self-respect or dignity, and going along with whatever you're told. So I think that I'm probably not going to take your advice here. I'm going to let you do your thing and not get in the way of it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. All right. I thought so.
I want to fuck with Dusty so much, but why are you being so emotional?
Clay's just that obnoxious.
No. Dusty's my uncle, and he's a very mean uncle, so I got to get him back where I can. Got to get them little fucking jabs in.
He's less the smoke a joint with you, uncle, and more of the behind the bushes, uncle.
No. He's more of the quit being a bitch and do adult drugs. Here's a meth pipe, boy.
He does need to man up and stop being such a little emo girl. Animated effigy. What? Go ahead. Like, unpack that. I understand that there's a parable you're referencing. I don't think it applies. Unless you can make it apply somehow, but I don't see how you're going to do that. You probably won't explain it and unpack it. You'll probably just go, "Oh, never mind."
I am surprised though that Dusty, you would side with the insider trading. That is interesting.
Well, I'm not siding with insider trading. I'm just recognizing that trading is
really Tina Turner AI.
Bro,
trading is a reasonable thing. Yeah, trading is a reasonable economic activity. What?
Is it even possible to do insider trading, bro? Where I'm from, that's called the hookup. Homies looking out for homies. All right.
I don't think it's possible.
That's fair. Nepotism is a thing. See, that's actually where I actually agree with you guys. Yes, nepotism is a thing that essentially on a grand scale
with corruption.
If you get caught, you're gonna get in a bunch of trouble. But if I know that you hired your brother or your kid or something, I'm not gonna make a big deal about it, right? It's like not a big deal. But on the big scale of things, I look at tax dollars and I start to kind of go, well, I don't know about that. So.
Yeah, because the government's tricked all of you subservient motherfuckers into thinking that the money they steal from you is actually your money. So you're better stewards of the government's money that they steal from you than you are with your own. Like, oh my gosh, they're using that money so irresponsibly that's stolen from you. You know, it's just backwards. You're all brainwashed. The government hates you, and so do I. And Chuck, you just took a week off to go to a spa and soak your vagina to get the sand out of it. So I don't want to hear from you. And you lit yourself on fucking fire.
You what?
What?
That's a wild
one. Do we have video?
That's a wild week.
Well, when you smoke crack.
Jesus
I
Christ.
was wondering if that was a new way of exfoliating or what the deal was there.
Chuck has managed to fuck himself up more in one lifetime than people will do in generations.
Chuck is older than generations, so I mean I don't know why he's like brother has been here since the beginning. Like, bruh. God said, "Let there be light." I was like, "Oh," because Chuck was just sitting there. Hi, how are you?
I don't have a problem with politicians doing normal course of business, but I don't see how you could trade at all without it being insider trading. They're all just going to end up being Nancy Pelosi, and we're just going to have a bunch of pickled drunk fucks fucking doing everything.
I mean, we have the Second Amendment for a reason.
But so there's the other, like, you have a point, right? The other side of that, though, is that we're now requiring them to remove themselves from a major part of economic activity in order to do the job. A requirement like that is worthy of compensation. Now we're going to have to pay them more. or we should, right? If it were a private employer and they said, okay, but you can't trade stocks at all, you'd be like, okay, well, you're going to compensate me for that, right? I'm not just not doing this for free.
If anything, maybe set up a system where they can invest into a fund that they have no say in how it's traded.
That's
what and I can see how that could be fair, where they're still making money on stocks, but when they can have a hand in their stocks and they're also seeing things that none of us get to see for weeks,
well,
then
maybe the transparency is the problem. Maybe the transparency is the problem.
Well, I actually see
the only secrets we should have are military secrets and technological secrets.
I see that actually being what it is, right, Ben? So essentially, they go into the idea of serving us, which, you know, whatever. Maybe it's not service, maybe it's a job, whatever. They are compensated. There is a paycheck that they receive. It's called compensation. It's literally called compensation. It's not called a paycheck, by the way. And then
why did we cover compensation and what it's called? Why did you do that?
Because you said compensation. They should be compensated. Right?
Man, I forgot. I was going to charge to talk to you more. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Damn.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what it actually means. But then they receive a retirement, which is also part of the compensation package. So I see it as that is exactly what they are getting is a compensation, right? I don't know why they need, like, after they get out of office, they can actually take that same money and go invest it into these businesses and do the trading they want, but not while they're in office. They're being
Clay, you understand that that's asking them to potentially forego thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
You're acting like it's not a foregoance.
Yes.
If we are asking and if we're hiring people to work for in government for us, and we want them to not be corrupt, then we have to compensate them enough that we can have those standards for them.
Oh, for Pete's sake, they can go on OnlyFans if they want money. Jeez Louise.
This is why my chat's my favorite. You know, Out on a Limb says, stop complaining. They have apps where you can track and mimic Pelosi's portfolio. You can make money too if you want.
Yep. You can track it after the trade is made and everything else. You don't know when the timing, the whole timing of these things is what makes them the substantial amount of money. Right. Where the example of the guy that was pardoned today, he knew ahead of time about this Sprint and whatever fucking other phone company that was.
You know, if you follow the markets and you read the patterns, you can also know.
Well, you can try. You can try.
They talk about these things on the news all the time.
Do all the time is they try. Some of them do decent at it. Some of them do poorly at it. Weirdly, Nancy Pelosi does like 100 times better than any expert stockbroker, even though that's all they do is spend their day doing that.
Yeah, that bitch is shameless.
So that's why this is the problem with insider trading.
I mean, we're talking about an unfair advantage, right? And you're right. It's information speed. That's the key factor here. The reality, though, is we can only do so much to neutralize differences in information access. There's going to be some variances there. Clay can't read, so he may never get some information unless his social worker reads it to him, right? So would you say that people who can read shouldn't be able to trade either because Clay can't get information the same way they can?
No, you should give Clay even more money because he can't read. What are you talking about?
I think we should give him less because he can't read.
Finnegan's Wake.
Yes, compensation.
The last one I knew of was Richard Burr, I think was his name, out of North Carolina, South Carolina, one of the two. Right before the shutdown, when they had the Gang of Eight meeting with the president, and they were told everything that was going to happen and about the pharmaceuticals that were going to be involved, and he placed big bets with the pharmaceutical company that was awarded the contract and made a killing. And rather than getting charged, he resigned from Congress or from the Senate.
To the Bahamas.
But they were going to bust him till he resigned, and they just forgot all about it. Amazing.
Because they all do it, and it's only political persecution.
I said that is why this is political persecution, not because he's not guilty, but because it's arbitrarily handed out because everybody in there is doing it.
But you know what? If any of us knew anybody who mattered, we'd all be doing it too.
Yeah, that's
and
the
a
thing.
lot
It's
of
not
these
just the
Congress.
politicians. It's everybody. Everybody who has access or knows these people, they're getting fucking hints and tricks and tips.
Oh my
A lot
gosh,
of
there's so
these
many more exciting ways to
congressmen
make money than this.
are sharing rent. Each
I don't
one
know.
rents a bedroom.
If you
In a
haven't had
house.
some, if you haven't like popped open the stock charts and woke up to making a lot of money in the morning when you totally weren't expecting, like it's pretty exciting when you hit the stock market right.
Well, are we all pretending though that these politicians aren't having like APAC and shit rent them houses? Are we pretending that shit?
I think what we're doing is pretending like this isn't all just us being bitter about being poor.
I'm not bitter. I want to point that out right now. I am not bitter.
My lawyer has told me that I cannot speak my opinions on APAC.
Well, you see, the Pentagon just put Israel at the highest threat level for spying today or yesterday.
I'm going to jump in here for just a minute. I'm going to jump in here for just a minute.
Are they trying to merge with them?
We got Joe motherfucking Cool in the back. The next
That's where he's supposed to be.
Boots.
That's where he's supposed to be.
Oh,
Back of the bus.
The first there is the angry American Benjamin Paulson, Big Red, not to be confused with the gum, is the only ones that are non-bootable.
If you don't
boot somebody to the back.
Did he say bootable?
Bootable, Chuck. Get the sand out of your ears.
If you don't like Big Red, fuck you.
Thank you, Big Gravy.
Whoa.
You're a sweetheart.
And you know, I might leave Clay Pigeon up there. You know.
Clay Pygon.
Clay is one of the things that makes me glad these interactions take place over the safety of the internet.
Dusty, you know what pigeons do, right?
What pigeons do?
To put that up.
All they pigeons just shit on everything.
So yes, Clay Pygon. That is what I was told to put up there. That's what I was paid to do. And I will not tell you who paid me to do it either.
You got a pretty good guess.
Spin is amused by the most like generic dad jokes.
It wasn't. It wasn't me that came up with that one.
But you were quite tickled by it. It's
he has a point.
Understand? Clay is either clay or brick.
But my observation is not isolated to this one incident of you like laughing too much at something that was kind of meh. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. We all need dad jokes.
Flo, he's disabled. Easy.
We're all disabled. We just don't all have a wheelchair.
I got 3 of them. You need to borrow one?
He does have an advantage over us. He does have wheels.
I have an extra chromosome, so fuck you all.
I can see away.
You're like my son.
Dude,
my son's got one of them.
He's one of them lady boys.
Yes. Would you like to see it sometime?
No, sir. Thank you.
Do you remember the number of it?
Maybe. Like, what is this?
8675309. There's your number, Chuck.
Yeah, I think my boys is
JG
like
Whitworth.
26Q something.
All right. If the cash apps or the super chats do not coming in, this stream is ending in 28 minutes.
Pay him, Brick. Oh wait, you're too poor.
I'm a brokey.
And yes, I did set myself on fire.
Don't make me do a. Don't.
Did you go to the fucking hospital yet, old man?
Yes, I went. I gotta go see a burn specialist later this week.
I wouldn't do it. It's a trap.
You set yourself on real fire. Fuck.
Yes, I did.
So it turns out we were all surprised to learn that polyester is flammable.
Oh,
no,
extremely flammable. Yeah.
I have a question for Orthodox guy. What is the single mother enjoyer thing? What is this, sir?
Think about it.
Are you a single mother? Would you like to find out?
No, I got a man, honey. Thank you, though.
But you can have two.
He's also the breast milk man.
You leave Discord alone. You leave Discord. Discord is Discord. YouTube
I'm
is
telling
YouTube.
secrets.
Which is the exact opposite of Clay Pigeon over here, who
I don't
is
think I'm your type.
highly
Orthodox
offended
guy.
by breast milk.
He doesn't like breast milk.
I agree. Big Red. I've been saying that he's gay for as long as I've known him.
Oh,
You just want me to be gay, Flo. Stop thinking about me
she agrees
like
with it. She came to this conclusion independently. She said she's not your type. I agree.
Oh, I swear to God, I'm taking your
I don't even know what
kidney.
you look like. I don't remember.
I'm ugly. Don't worry about it.
See? I told you I'm not your type.
No, exactly.
See? There we go. So you don't like girls. You like
Thank
lady
you.
boys, or what is it?
Whoa!
We're going to take
You
a
like the more
10
butch
second
ones? What is
grift
it?
break. We're going to take a 10-second grift break because right now this is what I'm about, courtesy of the Powdered Dusty.
Always remember to stack that bread, neighbor. Money, cash, hose. I'm about my paper, no cap.
No fucking cap.
There's your grip.
I'm really tired of all you poor people. You know that?
Well, you know,
we need to tax the poor more. The poor don't pay their fair share.
Well, the simplest solution is just go back to work camps and do away with welfare.
Curious, you need to cam up backstage so I can make sure you are a real person. We have Joe motherfucking Cool.
Imperious is definitely a real person, just not one that you want to hang out with.
Yeah, he's like a
True. It's like a bad case of
like a
herpes.
snafu. He's like
okay, well, he stays in the back.
Yeah.
Na 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 na.
Hey. Come on.
I heard there
Alright.
was a jailbreak or something over there.
I wrote this. Yes, there was a few nights ago. A donor who shall remain anonymous at this point sent over a substantial PayPal and emptied the entire jail out.
Jesus Christ!
Tell him to send them my way.
Nope.
I am not letting you know where my
Right.
fucking
I can't blame you for trying, but
And Mr. Balderson, Mr. For the Win has a question for you, sir. He's been patiently waiting. For the Win, it's your mic.
New topic.
Yeah.
I've been looking and looking. I don't know what the fuck to truly talk about. I feel like we beat everything like a dead horse, like Clay Pigeon here. So, that was low.
Oh, by the way, before you get to that, just I want you to understand why it is that was a good choice to leave him in the back. You might as well boot him. If you want to look at the back chat, you'll understand.
Yeah.
You talking about Imperious? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gay.
Yeah, you might as well get rid of him. He's back there spurging out. He's saying stupid shit.
Yep, that's him.
thank you, Clay. We have you advised us to look there, and we did, and we're able to read.
You read? Oh my goodness!
I need pictures.
Wow. Damn.
I also read all those articles and Finnegan's Wake again while I was waiting, just for shits and giggles.
Don't lie. You know you only read the first page in Finnegan's Wake.
And don't forget,
Man, who reads
Imperious.
the whole first page?
Don't forget, Imperious. You're my woman.
Imperious. Oh yeah, but Imperious also is back on the inmate roster now. Also.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. How'd that happen?
It's only for $60, but yeah.
Hey.
He did another faux pas, huh?
I was super patient with him all night long because like he'd been in jail a long time, but like I pushed my patience too far, and yeah, he's in jail for 60 now.
So Ben, I was going to ask, what do you think about a topic as making Ellis Island the sole processing center for illegal immigration again?
What was that?
That sounds interesting.
Making Ellis Island.
And just a reminder, Joe motherfucking Cool's in the back. Let's get him up here. It costs $10 to boot.
He's an illegal. Leave him back there.
OG for the win. Chuck, or God's favorite aunt.
These pussies can't afford me.
So make Ellis Island the only entry point again. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the sole processing center for legal immigration again.
Go ahead. Wait, what's the case for that idea?
I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I'm looking for something, and fuck, we've beaten everything else like a dead fucking horse. So I thought this was kind of out of left field and an interesting topic that maybe
you'd have to
Orthodox.
You'd have to shut down.
So
you'd have to shut down every international airport.
Do you want me to answer specifically? I got you. That would be, like Chuck said, that would be a bad idea and impossibility because of the advent of the aeroplane. All right. Now, if we wanted to ground all aeroplanes and force people to come to the country via ship, then that would work. I have a
one airport.
Why do you pronounce airplane like that?
Because I knew you would ask. I knew you'd make you ask questions. Right. It's an airplane.
He's retarded, Flo.
Chuck, silence, Chuck. Fire wasn't enough, old man. I'll show you. I have a question. Are there any limits to
say the word air? Just say air.
Air.
And then say the word plane.
Did you not hear me? It was to make Flo question things. Airplane. I can say it personally. I can say it perfectly. I just knew if I pronounced it weird, he'd be like, because that's Flo's autism. If you
I don't have any autism.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Everybody pick a random word and subtly mispronounce it, and Flo like, why are they?
What? No. What bothers me more is when people put like foreign sounding inflections into words that you could pronounce like a normal person. Mozzarella. You're not more cultured.
Oh, you mean like avocado?
Mozzarella. Oh, you must say mozzarella. So you're like really fucking Italian now.
Yeah.
Mambo Italiano.
It was like how Dusty was talking.
What are you even talking about?
It's just such an unnecessary try-hard flair to throw into certain words.
That's because of Paul and Slade. Paul and Slade was notorious.
Well, I mean, he
mispronunciation.
It's a very common thing. Paul and Slade didn't start that at all.
So, is there any limit to the Second or First Amendment that you would agree with?
Oh, God.
What do you mean by that?
No
nukes, no biological weapons.
I mean, there are some limits that I would agree with, yes.
Well, where's everybody's line? Let's do a round robin. I've been the king of the round robins.
I'm perfectly happy with things like CP being illegal. Publishing things that involve crimes, right? I'm cool with that being a form of communication that's restricted. Yes. I'm also fine with, I think that probably big like nukes are cost prohibitive more than they're legally prohibitive. But at some point, if nukes got too readily available, I'd be okay implementing some things there.
I feel like if everybody had a nuke wouldn't be a threat anymore.
Yeah, but you only need one motherfucker to like have I don't knock something off his desk and then it lands on his nuke and accidentally detonates it, right? Like,
well, the bigger problem is the nuke itself is inherently dangerous. So if somebody isn't upkeeping their nuke properly, you're talking about leaking radioactive material and radiation and everything into your environment.
We've all grown up with satellite dishes on top of our houses and
that's
microwaves.
Not ionizing radiation.
It'll iodize your. Well, okay. Fuck you.
Right.
And I stand 10 toes down on that. I stand firm on that.
Is that an offer, sir? Sounds like an
Whoa.
It was more of a threat.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Making sure we understood this properly.
And you know what? Asbestos was safe until it wasn't. So all the things that, all the settlement offers that you hear on the radio, did you do this? Did you do that? All those things were considered safe at one time too. I'm saying people like you say that ionizing radiation is different kind of radiation. It doesn't fuck you up, but Also, no non-stick skillets were supposed to be fine too. So I just don't really trust the official stance on what is safe and not safe.
Everything is killing you.
Just because they say it's killing you, does that mean it really is, though? I mean, where's the data on that? How many people have died from your Teflon pan?
So,
I mean,
by
really?
what
Hold on one second.
Kevin's got Kevin's that's a valid question.
Yep.
Hold on one second. Bobby Digital over on Pilled comes in with the big 5 on the Cash App. Stream goal. Thank you, sir.
Yay.
Oh,
To be fair, you're definitely dying actively right now.
Well, every day. Yes, every day.
You're dying from the day you were born.
Yes.
No. No way.
No way.
Okay, so if there's going to be like a carve out or like a limitation to these amendments, how much are you going to raise my salary?
I also wouldn't give any guns to babies. I don't think babies should have guns.
Correct.
No, bro, I think every toddler should be packing a MAC-10 or a mini Draco. Personally, you would have a severe decrease in kidnappings.
But I definitely think that I would reinstate felons' gun rights immediately. I would legalize fully automatics, SBRs, all the handheld things that they swept away with the ATF.
I would do the same.
And I would provide hand grenades available to the general public, because it is safer to buy a properly made hand grenade than it is to try to fashion one up yourself.
And
fragmentation or concussion.
Gentlemen, Sean Joe over on Pilled.net sends the phone the big 8, and we have now hit our stream goal over on Pilled.net. Thank you very much over there on Pilled.net. Back to you, gentlemen.
Why do you sound like Reverend Al Sharpton?
What kind of pills do you got over there?
They're gold, sir. Gold. I like gold.
Yeah.
Gold.
All right, but is there any Opanas or anything?
There's no blind.
Quaaludes.
I believe it's mostly Xanny bars.
Quaaludes.
I believe it's mostly Xanny bars.
Xanny bars are the devil.
So the Second Amendment is a little bit easier, in my opinion, than the First Amendment. How do you guys feel about copyright and patent?
Well, are we talking about public servants or not?
I'm confused.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, you two fuck already. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Who?
I'll fuck him, but it'll be out of spite and malice. It'll be angry.
Yeah, hey, fucking is great. Go ahead.
Like Einstein worked in the patent office, so I understand exactly what the fuck you're saying there.
Well, what's your point about patents and
I
copyright?
honestly think, from my perspective, the patent system does more to hold back innovation than it does to help protect anything. That you guys, if you ever look into the patent system and look at the patents, it's shocking what people pull patents on just to stop other people from being able to make things.
Well, patent should only last 5 to 10 years, and if you can reverse engineer it, it shouldn't apply. Personally,
I'm gonna start colonizing shit through patents.
Well, I had 2 patents, but when I left my employment, before I left, they got control. The company I worked for got control of them.
I'm gonna patent all y'all's Cash App tags, and then make you rent them back from me.
That's copyright, not patent.
Doesn't matter. It'll work.
I also think that the copyright laws, I also think, are absolute garbage, and I have a very distinct example. So in over in Europe, they allowed one company to copyright a whole bunch of words that aren't words that they invented. It's things like shield maiden and all kinds of different words from Norse mythology. The company's called Grimfrost. Now, because Grimfrost decided they, ended up going, because what other asshole would go try and patent fucking words out of a fucking mythology or religious book? Because they were granted the patents, Like there was a pub called the Shield Maiden, and this pub had stood for hundreds of years. Fantastic pub. They had to change their name, and these guys didn't invent that, didn't do anything like that, and they're just absolute garbage laws. Disney literally patented Loki.
Well, there's some caveats. There's some caveats to that, right?
They took your gods from you.
Fortunately, not too many people like Loki, so that it went over better than you would have thought.
Just engage in the most popular pagan tradition and convert to Christianity.
Christmas.
Christmas. You know what? Fair enough.
Well, I would, but my dick isn't that small, and I like being my own man.
Okay, so I too watch
Between those things.
But do you like eating dude crackers on Sundays?
Yeah, I don't like eating dude crackers on Sundays. I don't need to bow down and worship and ask somebody else to save me from my sins because I'm such a bad guy. I actually know how to be a decent person all on my fucking own, and I don't need a dude to do that. And whatever I earn in this life, I will receive in the afterlife. I don't need some other dude to pay my way because I was such a piece of shit that I'm irredeemable. That's just not how this rolls. Now, if that's you, and also you like clipping the tip of your dick off because small hats do it. Hopefully, you got that Brit Malai. You should at least get a blowjob with the freaking snipping. But
wait, that doesn't sound like it'd be fun.
Well, the whole thing doesn't.
Oh yeah.
And I've decided to start, instead of calling it snipped or circumcised, call it trendy sleek penis. I feel like it's got a better ring to
Trendy
it.
sleek penis.
Yeah.
If you
trendy
want to
sleek
know what
penis.
Better marketing.
In English, if you translate, it's called suctioning.
How the fuck do you know this?
Because there was a debate.
It's part of his OnlyFans flow.
Somebody needs to take the internet from Clay and only allow him like a couple hours a week at the library or something.
If you want to know what you're actually doing,
I don't.
I mean,
you don't want to know what you're doing.
Because I'm not circumcising anybody, and it's too late for me.
It's never too late.
You really think I can get it back? You think I can recover my fortune?
Yeah, but did you have a small hat stuck on your pecker?
Whoa.
OG, you're the fattest one here. You want to just grab it and hang on it and see if you can stretch it back out?
I still got mine, so no, I'm good.
Oh, I forgot. It's the mole. The mole's the one that does the sucking. You got to be specific. It can't just be any small hat. You don't want to let moil. See, that's my wife is the one who corrects me when I don't mispronounce words.
God forbid you not know the proper Jewish term for a circumcision person.
Yeah, how to pronounce it. Yeah. Or the dude that does it.
Dusty, your most favorite friend, Wesley's in the chat.
You're my most favorite friend. Oh, Wesley's shit. Yeah. Somebody get the fuck out of here.
I don't even believe Paul was an apostle, but at least that dude was smart enough. They came up to him and they're like, "Hey, you still got your whole dick?" He's like, Yeah. Circumcision of the heart. Don't. I'm good on that.
There were quite a few people in the church who were like, "Hey, first off, nah."
I think I want to start circumcising like fingertips on people in my religion or something. Give me a pinky toe. You don't need it.
Brother's just trying to be Yakuza at this point now.
You just want to
you watching too much John Wick.
I just want some toes, man.
We don't even cut our beards in mine. That's for like trannies like Spin with that smooth baby face like that.
Oh, and I thought Clay was the tranny, but I must have been wrong. Sorry, Clay. It's Spin. Oh, like he's spinning around to the other side. I get it.
You spin.
I'm not going to impose on your beliefs, Dusty.
You spin me right round, baby, right round like a tranny, baby.
Help me, Jesus. Help me.
Holy shit! There was a video.
There's an app for that.
Help! Look out, the gators! Get back, you overgrown lizards! Whoa, a snapping turtle! Duck and cover! Here come the piranhas! Spin City activate! We did it! We're still alive!
Is that security footage from Chuck's room? Is that how that went down?
Oh, that was supposed to be me, huh?
Help me, Jesus. Help me.
It was me.
How was this back on fire?
I was just going to say that too. Like, how did the back end up?
Help me, Jesus! My back's on fire. Oh, my beard too.
Wesley, you're wrong. Jesus loves us the way we are because he made us this way.
I'm an Odinist.
Yeah, Wesley, you might need to do a little bit more praying about your interpretation of things because it's been influenced by the devil.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I care about Jesus's opinion about as much as I care about the shit I wipe off on the porch out here in the scrubber.
I would assume that you care quite a bit about like that, at least the process of that, right? You don't want to like.
My wife cares about the process of me scrubbing off my boots on the way in. She does not appreciate.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your ass. I thought you were talking about wipe your ass.
No, I'm talking about my boots when I come in from outside.
I'm sure she appreciates that part too.
Yeah, she probably also likes it when I wipe my ass, honey. Yeah, she agrees.
That's what Odinist men keep the long beards for, right?
No, actually, the heathens were known to be much more clean than the Christians. In fact, we bathed on a regular basis, and there's actually writings that say we can't keep our women folk away from them because they're clean and they fucking.
Brother, that was not pagan versus Christian. That was just nasty ass Englishmen. Shut the fuck up.
Those Englishmen were what religion? What religion were they?
Well, it depends. In the north, they were pagan.
They were Christian.
They were Christian.
They were them non-bathing ass
in the north,
nasty
they were
Christians.
pagan. In the south, they were Christian. In the north, they were pagan.
The Brits were not originally Christian.
Gentlemen, we have
Brits
4
had some
minutes.
nasty-
We have 4 minutes.
I only need one.
We need.
I'm
we
just saying,
need
pagans
the
lost
big-
every battle. Chop chop
we
goes the
need-
Odin
in
tree.
4
might make
minutes,
right.
Mr. Balderson needs the big red dono to keep this stream going. You have 4 minutes for the big red dono.
Is that what Jesus did right before he died?
What, said you got 4 minutes?
Yeah, you got 4 minutes.
He probably said something like, "God forgive them," or "Father forgive them," then not what they do, but take clay instead. He's fucking insufferable.
He probably did say that.
Well, since we've only got a couple minutes left, maybe, since we've only got a couple of minutes left, maybe. And I see Fourth Wiseman is back. Fourth Wiseman, I just want to say that you're a pretentious cunt. That's all.
Hey, now. Whoa. Why would you say that?
Well, Fourth Wiseman. So, Fourth Wiseman departed from my channel, I don't know, a month and a half ago after getting upset because the channel I rated my audience to is not one that he liked.
Okay. What's the problem with that?
It's just pretty douchey and pretentious
Wait,
and cunning. To come back and be like, I'm unsubscribing to you because you sent us to a drunk guy's channel. Okay,
Well, Dusty's a
sorry.
free man and likes to make his own decisions, you know? Not be told what to do.
Well, I got to imagine Fourth Wiseman feels exactly the same in that he decided he did not want to be part of that channel. Our house is getting closer. Nice.
I'm not saying that Fourth Wiseman shouldn't be allowed to do what Fourth Wiseman did. I'm saying Fourth Wiseman engaged in being a cunt. That's all. It's not any deeper than that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a compliment.
A Karen.
By the way,
A Karen.
'cause he's
Maybe
from
a Karen.
Australia.
It's very Karen-y.
Is it because he came over and announced it in a super chat? Is that what it was?
Exactly. What
That
it
would
was.
yes. That's the Karen part.
Okay.
I get it.
Like, I'm sorry you're offended at what I choose to do with my channel.
Like your comings and goings don't need to be announced. This isn't an airport. I understand.
And I did
want to
raid
do
the-
it with a super chat. I'm all about
I
it.
did raid the same
True.
person again because of the cuntiness.
And Forrest Wiseman comes in with helping out the hot house, which I absolutely appreciate. I would like 3 times the produce in my fucking out of my fucking system. 100%. If we had 3 times the produce, I wouldn't hardly be buying any groceries at all.
I mean, groceries would be so much cheaper if government workers weren't everywhere at grocery stores eating all the food.
Apparently.
Well, if the fat people
Willie
were
Shakes
eating.
90 on the Benjamin Balderson channel comes in with the big 5, and Dusty, you're disrespectful to your audience, Dusty, and you stating what you've said now proves it. See,
You're not my audience, wise man.
I guess that's why he's not there anymore.
Well, I mean, he was, and now he's not. So, I mean,
If you're going to be sensitive enough to be offended at where a raid goes afterwards, then you're not my audience. You're too sensitive. It's not going to work.
Oh, see, I thought it was over the divorce between you and Sarah that did it.
No, it was because when I ended a stream, I rated LC, the Aussie guy.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. Like, how dare I assume that my audience has the right to decide if they want to stay there or not? That's crazy of me.
I mean, it could have been worse.
I'll be right
you could
back,
have sent
Ben. You're in
everybody to a punk elf.
Or you could have sent him to Marte.
Well, if I'm hitting LC, it's probably because he's on Aussie time and it's that weird like 4 a.m. thing.
Well, it's just more tribalistic bullshit. Let's just call it what it is. We call it out everywhere else.
Well, he apparently was still going over to Dusty, so it definitely wouldn't have been a tribalistic thing. He just didn't care for
I don't think it's tribalistic. I think it's I don't know what it is, entitled or something. I've been streaming for quite a while. I've never had anybody feel so entitled to that component of something. Like,
really?
You decide to go or yeah.
Even
Why the fuck?
It
Even
literally gives you a
GS.
warning before the stream is done.
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. There is absolutely no way that GS ain't done something way worse.
So
what?
I got to be honest.
Man,
I'm with Forrest. I'm with Forrest.
I would be too. I would be too. I mean, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking actually anyone. I'm just stating Fourth Wise Man is a pretentious cunt. That's my opinion. Just like Fourth Wise Man thinks that I'm rude, right? Fourth Wise Man's allowed to have opinions. I'm allowed to have opinions. And yeah.
No, I agree. I personally, I'm just with him. I tailor my channel most of the time and try to keep anything that's too sloppy off of it. Like there's nights that there's debates and I'm like, nope, not streaming this. Not gonna happen. And I definitely, but I'm not you, and you do your thing and I do my thing, and that's all fine.
Yeah. Fourth Wise Man, it's not tempting. If I wanted your support back, I wouldn't be sitting here talking shit to you, would I?
Unless.
I mean, you are talking about it.
Yeah. I haven't run into Fourth Wise Man since that little pretentious display of I'm leaving.
There is a psychology here.
Ow.
Just saying.
All right, guys, I'm going to take off. So you guys have a great night.
You too.
You also.
Good to see you.
Thank you for coming.
Good night.
Good night.
Either way, you know, I'm here for the conversation, and if somebody wants to throw some money around, I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm down for that, as well as, you know, people go where they want to go. Like I go where I want to go. I don't go to places I don't want to go to. So
I got to take
no shit. That's the way everybody is.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's the way everybody is, right? You're not saying anything.
Yep.
Wait a minute. What is everybody like?
So what do you guys think of the ongoing little thing that's going on with Chud the Builder, and what's going on with all the different limitations, all the different things that's happening to him in court?
I'm not up to date on it, but I mean, from what I heard initially, it sounds like he's a absolute douchebag, and that they're treating him in an illegal way because of that, right? Like, I think that
Well, he should be punished. Anybody who shoots herself doesn't know how to handle a firearm. Should be a law against that.
Self-correcting.
You just lit yourself on fire, Chuck. I would be a little more humble.
A little bit different than a firearm.
So the string of developments is everybody kind of knows what he got arrested for, right? With the he shot.
Nothing wrong.
Whether it's self-defense or not is what they're trying to question, and they're trying to claim it wasn't. He claims it was. Yada yada. After the fact, they took and put $1 million and put originally a $1.25 million bond. It's since been lowered to $1 million. He doesn't GoFundMe got done in his name, which covered it. But then he wasn't allowed access to it. Gambling and sports betting, and
who was it that wouldn't allow him access? Was it GoFundMe or was it like a court?
I believe it was somehow something to do with GoFundMe, because he wasn't able to be out and accessing it. So he couldn't access it from in there, I believe. I don't think this was the court, that part. So then a gambling company came forward and said that they would put up the money for him. And then the judge denied that and said that gambling is illegal in their state, so it's illegal money.
That's fucking bullshit. That's
right.
bullshit.
That's crazy, right? And then Alex Rosen, I believe is his name, the predator poacher guy, the guy that runs around picking up PDF file or tricking PDF files and catching them on camera and getting them arrested. He does it like 7 times a week. The dude should be a national hero. But for that, he came forward and said he would put down the money, and they're still not sure whether he's still not been received bond. They're not sure how they're going to do it. It seems like they keep changing the rules as they go along. And every time, obviously, is you don't get bond. And then they said if they were going to bond him, also, they threw on there that they would put a gag order on him where he couldn't talk about anything from his case or anything else. So that's about where that stands. And IDM, you started the combo, Dusty. Continue if you like. It's not going to change my position, although it may give you insights into what it is and isn't acceptable towards an audience, especially if you want to grow a brand, business, site, channel, etc., etc.
And yeah, no, I think that's exactly why I wanted to tell you to fuck off, because you're trying to tell me how to run my shit. You're trying to do a power play because you're a donor. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck about you. I think that you're trash. You can keep your money and your influence. I'm not trying to learn from you.
Yeah, they want 10 different bail bondsmen to each put in $100,000 to bond him out.
Why?
Has that ever been done before?
They keep changing the rules, and a lot of it doesn't seem to have rhyme or reason, but every one of them equals you don't get to bond out. Which, if you aren't going to bond him out, just don't deny him bond. Right, legal reason for it. This weird game where he keeps meeting the rules, and then they keep saying nope. That seems really
it's a
murder trial. I don't think they have to give him bail.
Let me tell you why it's an 8th Amendment violation. Because when it says excessive bail, excessive doesn't just mean monetarily. It can also mean in order to meet the standard of bail, right? So in my opinion, it's 100% an Eighth Amendment violation, and it's probably going to end up in a lawsuit if he has a decent attorney, which obviously he will end up getting a decent attorney. I would 100% file a civil suit in this.
The gambling money rejection, that's insane to me.
Yeah. They gambled another state legally, and you're gonna in your state say that you won't accept the money. That
it's legal money, right? I don't know. That's just crazy. The judge is really doing a lot of work to keep him in there.
Yeah. Yep. It seems like, and while I'll agree the guy's a dipshit, I would have never done what he was doing. And honestly, he should have taken. In my opinion, him even bringing the gun and not fist fighting. Like, if you're going to do shit like that, expect to get punched in the mouth. And if you're going to get punched in the mouth, be the man and fucking punch in the mouth back. Don't pull a gun. Like, that seems crazy to me, but that's just not the way I roll, whatever. But then at the same time, the way the court's handling this is absolutely insane.
I'm a little surprised that they're willing to be so egregious with it.
Yeah, just out in the open, knowing that this is such a publicized case that they feel, and it seems like because of the legal activities, while completely insane, the legal activities he was doing before that, it seems like they're just coming up with ways to punish him for doing something that they can't really punish him for because there's not a law on it. So being an unsavory person now is illegal.
Well, I mean, that cops and prosecutors have always dabbled around in that, how they apply the law pretty loosely, but I'm surprised that they're willing to do it so egregiously in such a public way. Yeah,
just wild.
I'm actually
I think it's a bad, I don't think it's a good sign, right? That they're willing to be so blatant and play in everybody's face like that about it.
I'm actually not surprised, to be honest with you, because what I saw in the last civil trial I watched right there in front of me, the shit that was allowed and wasn't allowed in that trial was quite blatant. Having a police officer's wife sit on a trial where 6 officers are being sued for violating somebody's rights is blatantly a violation of like jury selection. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life as far as all this legal stuff. Like, that's just blatantly not even respecting the idea of having a fair and impartial jury. This is crazy. So no, they do unfair things right in front of your face.
Yeah, this is where I'm talking about the corruption just begets more corruption. The more things that they can get away with, the more open they are with it, which is where we are with the government right now, where it does just wild shit and right in front of your face and nobody cares. Because the fact is the prosecutor number one, you got to get a prosecutor to prosecute them. That shit don't happen. Like that's entirely on their discretion, and that's why laws are so damn arbitrary. We all break 50 laws every single day. Even the most fucking white bread rule following person does it. That they will arbitrarily find a law and you didn't even know about, nobody knows about, and they're like, you are breaking it. Never mind, every one of your neighbors is doing it. We're hammering you today, right now. You
shout out to the poaching charges I got. It was just when I got raided. It was just they just ran them like with absolutely no evidence at all. I had some guns that they seized. They're like, and we're gonna hit you with 3 poaching charges. What?
Like,
I don't even hunt legally. There's like no game in my house at all.
And we're just gonna make that shit up.
It was just trash add-ons that they would try to negotiate away in the plea deal.
And people don't even understand that's what happens to us. Like, we don't get presidential pardons when we fucking do shit. They come and people don't understand how somebody could plead guilty to something they didn't do because when they're threatening to take away your life for the next 50 years, you know, with the way they stack on charges, like Dusty's talking about right there, where they just arbitrarily like, oh, well, we think you could have done this, we're adding it on. And by the time you're done adding it up, you're facing 50 years. Like, or you could take the deal, plead guilty, do a year of probation. It's up to you. And the fact is, like, if you're fighting the Fed has like a 99% conviction rate. They do not, they cheat in ways you can't even imagine. I read a case where they nailed a guy, and it was literally, he was getting some kind of a soy sauce or something in the prison, and they turned soy sauce into code for drugs, and then made up this whole story about a crime network of drugs and everything else that was happening. And this dude was supposed to be getting out, and fucking he didn't ever make his way out of prison, because when his one sentence was almost up, they'd already hit him with this other charge that they completely made up and fucking nailed him with it.
It's such a great mood. Let's ruin that by talking about Chud the Builder. I'm sorry, that's where I left out at. Is it too late to go back to that?
Well, this was just a spin off of Chud the Builder, because saying that Clay was saying he finds it not odd at all that the court would be so blatant about doing shit that's not right in front of everybody. Like this guy, while most normal people wouldn't defend him as a person, also recognize that doesn't mean you get to railroad the guy in court.
It shouldn't, but it speaks to some very fundamental things that I talk about all the time and don't feel like talking about now because I'm in a good mood. But I will say this. Chud the Builder is self-defense, obviously. This person followed him for like 75 feet and attacked him. And it
obviously premeditated it, since he showed up at the courthouse where the guy was going to just walk out of court right there. So it was very premeditated also.
You have the right to be a prick, right? And it's freedom of speech, just like, and people go, well, and people try to hit me with, what aboutism? Like somebody tried to hit me with what about the black guy that goes and says you're racist if you don't buy me a sandwich at Subway? I mean, yeah, he has a right to be a dick. It's freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Right. People can tell you to fuck off. But what people don't have the right is to be violent towards you for whatever fucking reason. They don't have the right to be violent over words or anything else, and it's annoying that people in this country think like that. Like a magic word does
violence is violence.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. That's legal. Words are legal. Violence is not. But at the same token, where I have a problem with the guy as a person is why you starting shit and bringing a gun? You're gonna talk some shit, but you can't be a man about it and fucking throw down if somebody challenges you on the shit you just talked. Like I grew up from that school. If you were gonna run your mouth like that, you expected to get punched.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that. But you don't necessarily expect to get stabbed, right? If you're going to run your mouth to a stranger, that doesn't mean that you're entitled to, or that the stranger is then entitled to attack you, and you only defend yourself this much.
Yeah, well, from what I don't know where the knife came from in this situation with the stabbing. From what I understand,
fuck that. If you use violence, you have the right to defend yourself with the maximum force of violence.
From what I understand, dude punched him in the mouth, and then he pulled a gun.
Look, I'm a traditionalist, and you should be a traditionalist too, Balderson. And well before this whole masculine put him up fisticuffs, there was I'll run my sword through you over this shit. So fuck that. If you attack somebody,
even the Wild West, that's Hollywood bullshit, because most people don't really want to die. Even the Wild West, there wasn't shootouts like they make out in Hollywood. If you look up Deadwood, which really was the Wild West, where fucking Wild Bill Hickok and all that shit, you look up the sheriff didn't shoot one fucking person.
My point is, an armed society is a polite society, and when the threat of getting shot in the face for being stupid is there, people are less stupid. So anyway,
Casey should have shot Chud? Because that's what made Chud polite.
He's saying that if you're under attack, why would you?
I get that.
Yeah, okay.
But he made the case that an armed society is a polite society, which the meaning of that would be if you say something too wild, somebody's going to shoot you.
The threat is always there, right? Or you're very aware that that's a possibility. Right. So I'm not saying that Chud would not deserve to get shot, but if everybody's armed, Chud might be moving a little bit differently just because of that fact.
And that's not mistake here. Like I everybody knows my beliefs, but I think racial supremacy is stupid. And one of the things Chud participated in was going out and harassing people for the color of their skin. Right? He has every right to say what he wants to say. But if one of your aspects is to harass somebody and then you want to try to engage with them violently if they are quote unquote violent to you, like he would not act that way if we had a armed and polite society.
Agree. Just saying. And see, I like to harass Orthodox guy for the flaws of his character and for his fatness, and I would not do that if I were not behind a computer screen.
See, because Flo, I swear, we're meeting in Dallas, and I'm punching you in the kidney. I might even reach inside of you and eat it. All right, Speakeasy ain't the only one that's getting it. All right, I'm just saying. I might have to assert dominance on you, Flo. You're much more pretty.
Let's see. Fourth Wiseman says, I'll assume that you can't see beyond your ilk or not see it at all. I've given you an opportunity to redress what you've risen and chosen not to. So I'll cease any further remedy to ease your burden. You took offense to something that is not offensive, and then you tried to leverage a power play and act like I did something wrong or need to change something about what I do. You took offense to something that is not offensive. You're playing a manipulative game and you think it'll work because you're a donor. That's why I wanted to make sure to tell you, you can suck a dick. I'm not playing your manipulative games. What I did was not offensive. I will not apologize. You can fuck off. I don't expect you to come back. Don't look for me to come chasing you.
This man is not audience captured. That is what I have gotten from this information.
Like, he's making these comments like, well, I guess that you won't get me back as a viewer. I know, motherfucker. Go on.
I agree with Mandy. It's almost like it had nothing to do with the raid whatsoever, but something completely different.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it did or if it didn't. Either way, it's a manipulative bullshit thing to be offended at or pretend to be offended at, and I'm just not interested in playing the game.
Again, the greatest.
I don't see where you could put that it's anything but what Wiseman said it was for, especially if he was previously to that still going over.
I'm not speculating that it was.
I know you were not, Dusty. Orthodox guy and Mandy were speculating on it,
and I was speculating
because it doesn't make sense. Being offended that you didn't like the channel that
then why did he come over and tell you to fuck off, super chat or not? Well, that's just leave. Say, why were you a punk to Sarah? Instead, why would he do this entire whole other thing? And
I don't have any idea.
The story, I don't understand
why. None of it makes sense.
I just don't understand why this alternative story.
You don't need to actually. You don't actually. Okay, I can see that the White Knight is strong here. I get it. But
I'm not needing the White Knight. I just don't understand why a speculation is easier to believe than the thing he said is the reason.
Because what he said doesn't actually make sense. It's not offensive to get rated to a channel you don't like.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, I gotta tell you, one night over at Sarah's, Wiseman did not like the guest, and he stated so also, and left the show. And didn't come back until it was that Captain Tazariak, a crazy Hebrew Israelite guy, and he left that panel. So I'm not sure how's that isn't comparable or why. What I've got to assume that
if you come over to my house for dinner and I give you tacos with cilantro in them, but you don't like cilantro, is that offensive?
Eileen.
No, I'm a vegetarian.
Okay,
it happens to me a lot. I don't.
If
even
I I believe that
All
you knew I didn't like cilantro, yes, that would be offensive.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but
Or
it
at
wasn't
least
done
I
as
think you
spite to
didn't like me or
homie.
something.
Yeah.
Homie
So,
took
um,
offense and acted like a douchebag, and then Flo
Right.
acted like a dick bag.
Yeah.
And no, the situations aren't comparable because homie probably wasn't a dickhead to Sarah.
And Fourth Wiseman keeps trying to teach me something, and I keep telling Fourth Wiseman, I'm not trying to learn anything from you.
He also told Sarah that he should maybe not have a blatant, racist on the channel like that, and did the same thing. So, I'm not disagreeing with your assessment here, Dusty. Your opinion on that's your opinion. What I'm
Did
not
he tell her he was
understanding
never
is
coming back?
what I'm not understanding is why they're trying to make alternative motives, and I've actually even seen him do this on Sarah's channel very similarly, and they're trying to give him ulterior motives behind having done it to you.
Well, he maybe does things that are not normal. I'll give him that. Fourth Wiseman says all sorts of shit that ain't normal. It would not surprise me if he behaves in abnormal ways too. However, what I will say is that not liking the channel you got rated to is not anything to take offense to.
You know what else
And
is
not liking. Hold on. Let me finish it. And to think that I need to learn how to change. Shut the fuck up, Clay. Let me finish the thought. To think that I need to learn from Fourth Wiseman how to change my behavior to not offend her or him at that something that's not offensive is absurd. It's manipulative and it's a power play. So I'm trying to teach Fourth Wiseman how to not be a cunty audience member. And I don't think anyone else will tell you that because you do swing around dollars. However, I'm not beholden to you. I don't give a fuck about you.
What if it's neurodivergence?
Well, then that affects all of us.
And I am not trying to talk you out of your opinion or argue you out of it. That's so I'm not white knighting. I'm trying to understand why the other two people, not you, but you keep responding to it. I don't understand why the other people are trying to make it into something else when this is something that he's done before or similar things. And he stated, this is why I'm doing it. I don't understand that part. Orthodox guy.
I can understand if there was. I just don't care.
I can speak. You were talking. I can speak if you want.
Ted Mansman has his reasons, and I just don't understand why we're that concerned.
I think it was a cunty bullshit thing to do. I think it was fucking retarded. And if he didn't tell Sarah he didn't want anything to do with her channel, like he told Dusty, then it's not comparable. It's not the same.
I mean, we don't really need to keep having the conversation. I think I've stated my position on it. Fourth Wiseman seems to want to argue about it for some reason, though.
Yeah,
I just think it's funny to speculate. I speculate against
Andrew
all the time.
I just think that's nonsense what Orthodox guys trying to make out. And so, yeah, we don't need to continue on with it in any way.
My brother in Christ, I haven't said anything about it. Y'all are the ones that keep talking about it. Don't put it on me. He's literally posting a chat about it. Calm down.
Well, Mandy is not on the panel, and she put that trying to make out like he was doing that for some other ulterior reason, and then you jumped in on it. So don't pretend like you didn't do it.
Oh no, I own up to it. No, I stand 10 toes down on it. Because I said tribalism earlier.
Mandy didn't speculate. Mandy didn't speculate about. She just said it seemed like it might have been something besides the stated thing.
Right. So I haven't stated what I thought she was speculating. I said ulterior motive. So because we're getting
way down in the nonsense.
Did we speculate on the speculations yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I had some specs on earlier.
Clay, why don't you tell us about economics again?
Oh, why? What? We're past
I'm gonna ask you. Actually, I do want to ask you
Dusty's planning to leave. That's what's going on. He's like, I'll just watch
if
play you.
If I put in a bid, okay. If I put in a bid, okay, and we both agree on the bid, and then later on, you actually took more money out of my account.
I regret this already.
It's like Fourth Wiseman, yell at me some more, please.
Is that good good corruption?
Honestly, I zoned out. Like you're sometimes when you speak, it has like a hypnotic effect where I just like stop listening.
That's how
It happens with
say a word.
Talcott. It happens with Talcott the worst though.
I'm gonna choke that little bird.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Yeah, when Talcott starts going on his little spiels, man, I'm gone. I can't do anything to stay paying attention to that shit.
So the guy that runs the like housing authority for the Fed is the same guy that just got appointed to be the intelligence director, but he also happens to be the same chairman for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. How do you feel about that?
I don't.
I already told you. I think corruption is based in the world. It helps the world go round.
I like how earlier he tried denying that he said corruption was good.
I was just thinking that. Yeah,
and here he just like he proudly spits it out again.
I didn't deny it. I corrected you. I corrected your wrong stance. No.
Yes, you did. Look.
No.
Respect your elders. We were here for it. You literally said, "Oh my God!"
I didn't say, and I did not say in the question I asked.
You literally just
my
said it
opinion
again,
about
motherfucker.
corruption, and we were talking about my question.
You're trying to play a tricky maneuver here. It's not going to work.
It ain't no tricky maneuver.
You're playing a
They
little
didn't stick
semantic
to the
maneuver.
question.
Look, just admit it. Just admit it. You're flippy floppy, wishy washy, and your opinions depend on your audience. It's okay. You're young. You're still in your young emotional.
Motherfucker, I tell you all the time.
You're still going through your
Shut the fuck up.
You're still discovering your femininity.
Okay, you'll find yourself. It's okay.
You know what, Dusty? I side with Clay now. You know what? Getting angry at a woman is fucking gay. There you go.
Getting angry at a woman is gay?
Yeah. Getting angry at a woman and taking all your anger and frustration out is gay.
I wasn't here for that part of the conversation. I don't think.
You didn't hear Clay? You didn't hear Clay?
No.
He did kind of say it under his breath.
Oh, I said it loud.
I mean, I just told you just heard what I do when Clay talks sometimes, right?
I use what you say, and I like when next time I'm working out or I'm punching the bag, I'm like, I just imagine your kidneys, and they're just like, it's good. It's good.
Kidney punch is always a mean one. That's a fact. It makes you pee blood the next morning if you do
Okay.
it.
Here, let me respond to Fourth Wise Man one more time, and I'm about to get out of here. Okay, here's the metaphor. Someone wants to grow what they're doing. Best practice knowingly others may be interested or follow pursuit. Wouldn't be to a point advise steer those whom support towards. I think I understand what you're saying despite your grammar. And you're saying that if you want to grow, you should do things that your audience likes. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you have the hubris of trying to tell me what to do, but you're the only person. I've been doing this for a long time. You're not representative of anybody. In fact, you're the only person I've ever encountered who tried to pull this shit. So it would be bad advice or it would be bad logic for me to think that a good way to grow would be to treat everybody as if they behave like one outlier. And for that reason, I'm not interested in your advice, and I'm not interested in catering to what you want. I really just wanted to tell you that I think that you're a cunt. That's all it was. I wasn't looking to have a whole lot of conversation about it. But with that, I am going to drop off. Thank you for having me up. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat.
It was fun,
Good night, Dusty.
Mm.
Yep. It was fun.
Well, gentlemen, ladies of the night, whatever you want to call them, I think we have had enough fun for the night, folks. It has been a good night. Mr. Balderson, thank you very much. I will fuck with you more tomorrow. And
I expect so.
Fabulous Kevin.
Yes.
Fabulous Kevin. Good to see you
Yes.
again. Big
Good to see
Red,
you all as
not
well.
the gum. We will see you at some point. Clay Pygon.
Yes, Clay Pygon.
As I said, that is what they told me to put up there. That is what I put up there.
I've been called way worse. I'm just glad they didn't call me late for dinner.
It was good to see you again, sir. OG Double G, good to see you. And God's favorite aunt, thank you for coming in, and whatever else. And we will see you guys later. And in the words of Sarah, fuck off.
Spin City. Spin City on the screen, got the room on 10. Breaking news, panel smoke, then he does it again. The bass in the morning, debauchery at night. He steps in loud and he don't back right. Clip it, post it, watch the chat explode. One more take, then he takes the road. He talks that talk with a grin and a stare. The other side's talking, he already there. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. Panels in a circle, everybody wants a turn. He leans in hard, let the hot takes burn. Protest on the ticker, riot in the thread. He talks over the chaos with a raised up head. Yell a little louder, make the point land clean. Cut through the noise like a headline machine. If they come for the room, he comes right back. One more clash and the whole beat snaps. Hold up, here he comes. Hands in the air, let the verdict come. No more hush, no more shade. Spin City live and the whole place sways. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means. Spin City, shaking up the scene. When the mics get hot and the comments fly, he laughs at the noise and he calls it live. One more round, let the sparks go wide. Spin City standing on the right side. Spin City, Spin City. He don't play it safe. Spin City, bringing fire to the face. MAGA on the mic, and he says what he means.